gives a really good angle towards Ultra Prime to just blow up the Corki, and then I don't know if that LGD have the damage after that to do much about it. It's going to be the Alistair last pick, which makes some sense. Survive that burst, turn it around. Decent matchup versus the Nautilus. Not going to be able to get towards the backline in the same way that Arel does. I don't mind the MF here. I don't mind the MF here. I think this one's fine. This one's fine, folks. I know a lot of people don't like the MF, and I understand why. But I think right here, it will reach the first target very, very well. Hopefully. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Petite Biscuit. Hope you're doing well. And I did see the post check as well. I'll do that when I get my coffee. I don't mind MF. I just don't mind I just don't like LPL. Okay, I'm back with coffee, Red Bull, and some League of Legends to watch. Ain't that wonderful? Ain't that wonderful? Okay, any level 1 plans? Do you have Pantheon, you know, stacks at level 1? You could technically start with that W. You have the Nautilus as well, which is very powerful. Of course, the level 1 mark. Walking in. Not actually getting that much done, but hey. Getting enough. I do think Eugen, of course, he lost that in the 1v1 versus Sassy, who I think, by the way, I think Sassy's been very good, actually, given expectations. This Talia just ruins LGD draft. Yeah, you do have quad melee into a Talia. You do have Pantheon ult into Ambessa, or Nautilus ult into Ambessa. That's not bad. But my problem is, I mean, amongst many other things. Hello, Sam, how's it going?
How do you want to roll today? Well, game, I see.
Well, since you weren't here for this one, I thought that you weren't going to be doing first series. You got the 3 series day. Like, I can only do first series. So if you want to rest for that, that's fine. The series has pretty low stakes and whatever. But like, I have to tap out of the first series really because I'm going to have to rest a little bit. That's the flash in for the level 2. Gets the pulverize. Double flash for 1. I call that worth.
Very fair. Tell you what. We'll come in for game 2.
Okay.
So we get a little bit of a duo cast.
Sure.
You get to rest a bit more. And I get to sort of pull exactly back. That's useful.
Okay. We'll get everything running. So,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Pantheon can't really ult with Talia spells up. That's the biggest issue. Sure, that's why I think the Nautilus adds an extra degree of threat to hope. Well, okay. I'm not going to play Devil's Advocate too strong. You're right. It's going to be really hard for the Pantheon to do that much. That being said, a flash Pantheon stun when Nautilus is already threatening, that could potentially be the special source. However, you know, while all this is happening though, then you have to worry about this dude. You have to worry about this dude. Yorick versus quad melee can carry team fights. So even if you do somehow kill this guy, you've got this ult protecting them, and this guy might clean up the fights anyway. You know, let's be honest, folks. There are only 2 people which have consistent damage. Well, okay, no, that's not true. You've got a couple of people that can carry team fights, but not that many. Hang on a second. Ignite's getting dropped in the bot. So let's show you turning it around. Does have that Conqueror being stacked. Heal. Pop by Shaosha for the call it. For the thing. That thing where you move speed. You move faster. Yep. Yeah, so here are the people that hang on. Hook lands. Pulverize doesn't land on W6D. Either. Badly timed by Shaosha. Rest of the attack comes in from Bio on the other side. Here are the people that can actually carry team fights. Corki can carry team fights. Yorick can. Talia can. And like a tiny bit of MF can too. In terms of like, if you've used your initial burst combo, who can clean up? It's these characters on the map. As you can see, Ultramime has a lot more of these than LGD does. Makes it a lot easier for them to play around, you know, longer team fights. As long as the Corki isn't dealing consistent damage, Ultra Prime have a much easier time with things. I think Ultra Prime have a big draft gap. Yo, what? Wait, hang on, what? Alright, what are you pick? Yo, you all on a certain mood today. Ooh, good flick back. Ah, doesn't mean that much though, does it? See whether it's the Rod of Ages build coming in from the Galio. I think it kind of does need to be the Rod of Ages build coming in from Galio. Oh, it's Ultra Pilkey they renamed recently. Okay, alright. The cage lines on sassy, good damage there. Even with the mobility of the Ambessa, struggling to escape the baby cage. The cat cage. 50 stream streak from Solo Puppy? Jesus! Thank you! That is a hell of a lot of time spent in here. And it's a pleasure to see the regulars turning up. And of course everyone else too. It's just nice to see people around, isn't it? When you think about the, you know, couple of hundred people I watch on Twitch, 1,000 odd plus people I watch on YouTube, between the two things that we got through, you know, you could fill out a decent sized venue with that, couldn't you? Really change it. What the heck is that sound? That is a strange sound. Is that Corky? Was that Corky sound effect? Is that a thing? Why did Corky sound like an air conditioning unit? When we say AC, it's actually air Corky. Sounded at the end of Valkyrie? Maybe. Yeah, Corky has a lot of audio bugs because his Gatling gun. Do not keep this. Please do not keep this champion on screen. Yeah, there is a problem with Corky's. With noise around Corky. Okay, so Scuttle Crab potentially being fought over. Junhao not here quickly enough. Of course, Junhao being on Vi as well. I actually think Vi can carry a team fight too. That's Junhao's Vi. Junhao's Vi is very good. Yeah, the constant Gatling gun is really nasty listening to. Sassy losing a lot of farm here on the turret, by the way. God damn, hang on, what the shit? What the hell's happened here? What has happened here? That's like a 25 CS lead from the first 7 minutes of the game. It shouldn't be that bad, don't get me wrong. I mean, oh, it is the end of the Valkyrie. You're absolutely right, it was the end of the Valkyrie. Absolutely right. I just hadn't connected that sound effect to what was happening there. I think the last audio bug was effectively Corky had cast Valkyrie and the sound effect had never ended, so it was the end of the Valkyrie. EGN, yeah, EGN is just the goat, man. So, for those of you, because I know we've been kind of taking things pretty chill. In terms of stakes for today, even if Ultra Prime go 2-0, it doesn't change anything for them. Ultra Prime are not going to be able to compete for playoffs. However, they will be in Split 3, so they're safe, but they're not playing for anything. However, if they do get a 2-0, and then, yeah, if they get a 2-0, LNG will finish second over over LGD. SQW is actually going to get ulted onto. I was wondering if he would make it out safely here. The bullet time comes over. It's a quick first blood. I was surprised that led into a full kill. But just Junhao things. First blood of the game. Last way is the first blood. Saber going to find out YCX. Safely back away from that now. Dragon started up. All three grubs to LGD on the top side of the map. Saw LPL English saying earlier that Jiang's promise hasn't really translated over the year. I don't agree with that. I think given that he's a rookie player coming in, well, not a rookie player, but he's a player coming in from PCS from last year, was a promising rookie talent last year, I think he has been fine on an individual level. He's had some good moments. I don't think it's necessarily been his fault. Big ultimates coming through. Pantheon under the turret. The galley comes again. It's the bloody Avengers. Everyone coming in. It will be one kill under the turret, though, for Ultra Prime. Teleport now coming in. EGN comes in with the Maiden. Clears out the wave. Isn't this just going to be another dive? Junhao's here, but doesn't have ults. Another point and click. The cage under things. That's forcing everyone into turret. And Junhao forced him to continue to take aggro. Still has the E running, though. And maybe that's enough. EGN has lived through the dive. Junhao doesn't have the flash anymore, but will get himself away with that last Q. Can he get one back with the last try since now? No. Teleport back again. I guess Ultra Prime just still want another piece of the pie. Ult now coming in from Saber, but he goes onto the wrong targets, you gotta feel. Flick back misses, and Ultra Prime, they kind of mess up that dive. Xiaoxia, can he walk forwards and get enough movement speed for the combo onto the Corki? Yes, they can. Doesn't really feel like they're targeting the same people, though. The Alster ult will give a bit of tankiness. YCX can keep them in position. I have no idea how LGD are going to walk away with this with only one death here. That is absurd. I am very surprised. Nio with the point and clicks under tower. Critical there. LGD get a bunch of kills. I guess while all that's happening, Bayer is pushing another lane. Hook doesn't land onto him. Not really sure what that would have caused, what would led to anyway. We'd have had to call in a teleport to make the most of that. I don't know. I don't know though. Ultra Prime very unlucky to not get more out of that. I think that the teleport from EGM was a little late. You should know that that dive's coming. Junhao wasting an E into the Pantheon E meant that he couldn't get the kill onto the Pantheon because he wasted it while the shield was up. So a bit of a mistake there from Junhao mechanically. And Egen, who, you know, was very far ahead in individual CS, still is 20 CS up. Now sees 3 assists on the side of Sassy. Yes, shared between a lot of people, but good value. Junhao's, so he's going to spot the enemies coming around the corner. Drops a ward. Safe in the side lane now. LGD, of course, have great ability to just pile on. They have Pantheon ult and Galio ult coming up in the next, what, 20 seconds or so? You want the Ambessa Cassante meta? You know, funnily enough, there was a video from Freakout recently where effectively there was like a survey which went out to league players between April and May. And Cassante, I think Yone was something like second quote-unquote most powerful champion. Hang on a second, here come the globals again. The free hit ultimate lands on Jiang. It's a pretty good Dark Procession. The ultimate comes through from Jiang, but he's just really out of position now. Does get a lot of damage down, more than I thought he would. XQW teleports into, maybe an overinvestment. LGD pull the globals again. Quick play, and Ultra Prime don't respect the cooldown coming back up. Didn't expect it to come in that quickly. And Ultra Prime will at least manage to walk towards the top turret. Will they be able to get the full thing? Maybe. LGD clean play around the first ults of the game. Nio on point. Junhao does have ultimate. Ults through the taunt. No flash for Galio. They'll get one back. Okay, Junhao gets himself second kill of the game. It's nice. Problem is, EGN is getting shut down a little bit. You want this Yorick to be ahead. You want him to be a win condition. But yes, effectively, Cassante has been viewed by players as one of the most OP champions in the game. Saber feels significantly less OP right now. Flash was just coming off a cooldown, but couldn't be there with his flash down, I suppose. LGD are not getting spotted on their roams. Ultra Prime don't have good enough vision right now. Getting caught out by LGD. They have no idea where the next play is coming from, and they're just getting kicked in the head. Anyway, after LGD so rudely interrupted me a couple of times, players viewed Cassante as the most broken champion between April and May. And then Yone after that. But you know, Yone was buffed. Sure, whatever. And he kind of was OP. And a lot of people don't like Yone's kit anyway, unless they play him. But yeah, Cassante, just because he can do everything, is viewed as a very OP champion by your average player. And you kind of always choose to do something in a conversation, in any situation, really. Guy's got a lot of options available to him. Dragon's alive. Ultra Prime would like their second one out of this. Pushing up mid-wave, trying to get something out of this. Junhao doesn't have ult, hits the Nautilus, gets the flick back from the Talia. Y6 doesn't have flash and doesn't have ult either. The bullet time's not bad. Galio's coming in. Takes some extra damage to the last bit of the bullet time. One kill very easily. Junhao finding the pick, and YCX, for once, not finding a person on their own. Finds a whole team of them, and realizes that's not particularly fair. EGM left alone on top side while this is happening. This is much better from Ultra Prime. This is exactly what they need. Exactly what they need. So Zed wasn't broken because it turned out literally any CC made him useless, but he felt OP. Also, the regular player base has not been educated on how to deal with an assassin. It's the big thing. Same kind of thing with Rengar and ulting and stuff like that. Sometimes they are genuinely OP. But the actual gameplay of like, oh, I'm going to walk up as an AD carry to a Zed. I can out-deal this guy. That was just not okay. And Zed would often just take very free kills. Dragon taken by LGD. Surprised about that, actually. I thought Ultra Prime would be able to transition from kill into Dragon, but they instead chose to get EGN some gold topside. A champion that can build full tank and one-shot your ADC shouldn't really exist. I mean, there are some tanks, I think, if they don't bring any CC, but they're tanky, I think they should be able to threaten them. Because at that point, you know, what is the point of being tanky? To be a tank, you need to have CC or damage. You need to have some kind of threat to make people value you. That's quite a complex conversation, really, about what does a tank do. Herald alive. Feats of strength owned by LGD. Xiaoshan not going to get hit by that hook. Pre-pulverized just to see if anything could be done there. Ultimate's back up for everyone besides XQW. Don't have the hero's entrance in there, importantly. Which is important, actually. Okay. Q falls into Nio. Empowered Q doesn't come in. That's not a bad taunt. The flickback not getting that much done. Where's the bullet time? That's not bad. Forces Chaya to reposition, but it's not that fantastic. Junhao is now down. Is Yorick going to join the play? No. Bessa isn't either. So, one kill to the side of LGD. Ultra Prime lose their jungler. Not clean plays from Ultra Prime. Not clean plays. They're the ones that opted into that fight. Tried to go for the Vi Q into the combo of Talia. Didn't manage to do that. Top lane turret now going to get taken by XQW. While all this is happening, EGN has been given a lot of side lane resources and just saying, look, you can just take all the towers you want. However, still behind in gold to Sassy, who also won the 1v1 versus him earlier. And a reminder, if LGD win a single game, they are guaranteed top 2 in the group. They just need to win a single game. Where's Meowzo? Sure something. Tanks with damage are the ones that are OP. You have to have you do need to have some damage for lane presence, right? If you can't have any presence in lane, it's a big problem. Or threaten team fights onto someone who's out of position, blah blah blah. No, you know, Ornn gets a lot of... Ornn has a lot of damage for a tank, as does Sion for sure. Now, if Ornn gets his triple brittle onto W in both parts of ult, it's a good percentage of your health just completely evaporated. Y6 does have flash. Ult coming through. I don't know if that ult was worth it, but I suppose getting flash out of an ult is nice. Ornn was the original tank bruiser mage. The thing is, I still consider Ornn like a fairly new champion. I don't know why. And he was just at every international event for forever. He's so reliable in Gage. Good laning phase, gave you a bit of everything. I reached Diamond on NA, EU, and KO with Janna. Janna was really broken for a little while. And also the easiest champion to reach Diamond with, because you were just always valuable. Junhao, level 11. Behind 1,000 gold, though. Now doing well to keep Junhao down. Junhao has been such a consistent carry threat for Ultra Prime when he is on something like the Vi or the Neferi, so seeing him behind is a bit worrying for Ultra Prime. Junhao roaming around the map, SQW being safe there. EGN doesn't have side lane turrets to kill now, which is a bit of an issue. It's often what you want to be doing is that. Hang on, say we're getting jumped on. We'll be safe for now. Say hey, Grumpy. Anyone else I forgot to say hey to? Owl, good to see you as well. Mid lane turret taken by LGD. They do have the 3 grubs. Helps them take those turrets a lot easier, of course. Hey, Fred, good to see you. Okay. Ult coming in from Nio. I guess the blast cone was not seen coming in there. Eugenia safely gets himself out. I'd be okay with Pantheon damage if you didn't also immune all of mine. Yeah, that has been the issue with Pantheon in the current meta. And also he heals up a lot from items. Conqueror gives him a lot. This isn't even the most broken form of Pantheon where he was like going full lethality and still... and you're basically one-shotting everyone. And also could ignore tower shots, that was a thing. Prowler's core Pantheon was a hell of a drug. Dragon's now being started. Bullet time available, saved by it. New player coming into Ultra Prime can make a difference here from BLG Junior. YCX lands himself a hook, gets the ult out from the Ambassador, now comes in, delivers Galio into the backline. Dragon gets low. Shasha not able to do that much, and the Dragon secured by LGD. Teamfight comes in as well as the bot lane both disappear from Ultra Prime. Get themselves another kill onto the jungler who can't quite clean up YCX. The support ends up being a 3 for none, and LGD also get the Dragon. LGD get everything they come for, and LGD, there's a reason why they're 3-1. There's a reason why they do look like one of our best teams in Group Nirvana. It's only them and EDG, which EDG are the teams who've taken games off of them. Sorry, take a series off of them. Everyone else failing to do so. That hook, I'm not sure. I mean, if that hits Saber, it actually goes worse. Alistair having a slightly larger character model, saving Talia there. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Kappa. MC. Or MKC. Yeah, Pantheon ignoring tower shots was a very, very broken tome, because he could dive anything anywhere. And he was played in 4 roles, 5 with Senna. Basically, anyone that can ignore tower shots is a big problem. It's one of the reasons why Neferi is really broken with a W. Herald's summoned topside. I mean, this is a luxury Herald where they can just say, look, we have taken all that we wanted to. You know, funny thing saying that Mundo is the original tank that does damage? I would argue that Mundo isn't a tank, he's a Juggernaut or a Bruiser. It's a slightly different class, right? Where he doesn't actually build resist. Well, I guess he did build resist at some point. Shyvana was up there too, actually. In the early seasons. Udyr. Although Udyr didn't always go towards tank. Autumn, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Fizz in Pro 1. Fizz used to be a decent pro champion because Fizz was engaged whilst also being an assassin. One of the very few champions that does that. You know, that ult on the right target is engaged. You know, in seasons 4, 5, 6, you know, that kind of era, you'd see Fizz pop up quite a lot. Faker would play quite a lot of him. Used to play him a lot back in season 3, 4. Sassy ults to get over Talia's shove. Wastes that flash, but does get out alive. Westall the Fizz go. Westall was so fun to watch, man. For those of you that didn't watch Westall in his prime, you missed something cool. Fizz jungle smack. Ooh, Fizz jungle was not my favorite. The swordfish build in topside was kind of fun too. There was a Triforce Blade the Ruin King Fizz build in season 5, 6, which was really broken for a little while. Hey, Cash, good to see you. That's gone taken by LGD. Season 5 was Asmon Gauntlet meta. It was, and then you also had that go into season 6 as well. Fizz would go for Blade Triforce though a lot of the time, even in that meta. Marin was a big Fizz top player in that era. Fizz and Echo, it was Poppy Trundle Echo. Because season 5 was a little more Bruiser Dragonauts, because you had Riven Fiora, who were very strong. Trundle was very big in that meta too. Actually, no, he was... No, he was still pretty big. But in Season 5, you had a lot more Maokai. Maokai was a big pick in that time. That was the beginning of the dark days of Maokai doing everything for forever. That was when Maokai's ultimate was the ring around him, where you would take just a ton less damage. God, Maokai was unkillable back then. Yeah, it was Season 6 for Echo. Echo was the world skin back in for SKT in 2016 as well. Olaf jungle, Zac is jungle as well. Echo top lane. Yeah. Maokai was what Cassandre was what Cassandre was to top laners back then. Yeah, for sure. He kind of did everything. Westall Fizz is the nightmare laning phase for Faker. Yeah, Westall got a lot of solo kills under Faker actually, even during Faker's prime. That was a heal used for reasons by Xiaoxia. Not sure about that one. Pantheon ulting now into towards that bot side. Jiang alone for now. I mean, this might be a bit much. Potential bullet time from Bayer, but I guess it would be cancelled out by Ambassador. Jiang doing really well. Not sure about this Nio. Getting ulted by Junhao. Bullet time over the top. Galio will kill off the Yorick at least. They lost their jungler. That being said, return the favor. 2 for 1 so far. 3 for 1 as Bayer goes down. The barrier does nothing. Saber gonna get caught. Not gonna get taunted up. Knock up Big Voided just as well. And the play fizzles out. See? Fizz. Who have I got winning this? I mean, LGD are clearly the better team. LGD are clearly the better team. Ultra Prime have nothing to play for. LGD do. Normally that's actually better for Ultra Prime, but they don't have that kind of pressure on them. They're not a team which deals with pressure particularly well. LGD is better using sideline pressure. Yeah, and that's really important because, you know, Egen is meant to be winning those sideline plays. He's not. Thought initially no, I had gone way too deep, but YCX is not at the plane. He was on top side, doesn't make it through into the play. I guess YCX isn't there either. Neither support is here actually, which is weird. Very rare that you see a play like this where the supports aren't here. Hey, weird one in general. 2,000 gold lead in top lane now. Sassy level 16. Ultra Prime have been much worse about moving around the map. They haven't had the vision to spot out plays. Nao's been very good at pulling the trigger. Of course, he was one of the RA players. RA Anal U. The legend himself. Egen on Fraud Watch at the moment. I mean, I don't think this game's on him. And I also think Egen's been completely fine this year, actually. I think he's been one of the better parts of Ultra Prime. Xiaoxia flashing out. Use that healer. It doesn't have that now. Does have the ultimate. Might have to use it. And indeed does. Gets taunted up anyway, though. And the will is very breakable. Easy kill. LGD just moving around the map so much better than Ultra Prime using their combos. Can Ultra Prime flip this? I'm coping. I don't think they can at this point. I think they're really far behind. You know, I would have thought, well, you know, they'll be able to carry with Yorick or Talir or something like that. Talir's doing fine. Hang on a second. XQW not going to hit by the IQ, but it doesn't matter. Once again, Nio pulls the global. The bullet time does very little in return because that's you're invulnerable when you start using that Aegis Assault. It's going to be 3 dead on the top side after Xiaoxia was picked off in the jungle and Junhao and Saber stayed around in top side. Nio's ultimates have been really good. This has been a very good Pantheon game. Very good Pantheon game. So is Ultra Prime out till Split 3? They will be playing in Split 3. They'll be finishing in like the middle 2 of Group Nirvana. But yeah, they're not playing for anything. They're locked into that. They are safe. It's Ultra Prime and RNG, which are out for the rest of the year. But they can't compete for top 2 in a potential spot at playoffs. LGD, if they win a game, they'll lock top 2 and make sure that LNG are also locked out of playoffs, but they'll also be safe. EGM will take the bot side scuttle. Febivan Z and Westall Fizz solo kill Faker's Prime and like yeah, season 5. MSI season 5 was where Febivan solo kill Faker like 3 times. I will say though, that was pretty much an unplayable lane for Azir at that moment in time, and Faker would also go on to carry the game anyway. That was the kind of moment where you saw that Faker was a lot better than people realized in terms of like strategizing the game. In terms of like, yeah, you can kill mid lane, but I am still getting access to farm and XP, so I don't care. It was kind of like the Gangplank in the mid lane at that point. Well, like Gangplank at around that time as well. After that rework was that was around summer, just after that actually. As long as you got access to farm, you didn't really care. You didn't really care. How do you escape Pantheon and Galio dive? By knowing that they're coming and having a Talia or an MF stood off on the side. One of them stood off on the side to combo the entry point. What do I think of Zilean in pro play? Zilean has a place, and if you're very good at Zilean, it can be very, very powerful. Zilean Pantheon was a thing actually from Dam 1 a little earlier this year. If Zilean is ever powerful, the champion needs to be gutted immediately though. The champion's the playstyle of Zilean is very, very anti-fun. He was very popular around season 6, 7, I want to say, when no one was dealing damage from mid lane anyway, so it's like, well, let's just put Zilean there to be useless, you know, useful for your hyper carry. So if you had like a, if you had like a Juggermore comp, you could use a Zilean to speed up your AD carry many hundreds of %. It was kind of insane actually. The Lulu Zilean. Your AD carry could just never die. Shashi goes in. Not sure that's the best combo, and in comes the Pantheon. He flashes in and brings Galio one last time into the backline. That'll be the end of the game. Ultra Prime, I didn't think they had a bad draft, but LGD much better at pulling trigger. Much better at coming out unseen from the fog of war with globals. Some old LGD logos thrown up in those emotes. LGD, very good game from them. They played well around the map. They played well around their double globals. Seems like most compositions right now using globals well. And LGD will see themselves into top 2. They will have a chance to fight for playoffs. With this game, they lock themselves into top 2 of Group Nirvana.
From LDL primarily. Is he playing again right now?
No, he's not. He's
Okay.
BLG Junior AD carry.
Yeah.
And, yeah, was playing game 1.
BLG Junior when I knew him?
Well, this is why I was asking where you knew him from.
No, I did. I'm trying to remember which squad I knew him on.
Thanks for the follow, by the way. Also said we had someone streaming our stream. So,
Okay, who?
I went, like, they had like 20 viewers. I'm like, okay, that's about 20% of our Twitch viewership right now. So I sent a message like, hey, you can't stream without permission. Go get your co-streaming rights. Now, it's okay when you're on, like, so Onivia is the only person who's allowed to do, though.
Yep.
I did actually message Cadril and say that he was okay to do so, but he never got back to that because I don't know if he checks DMs like that. But he's happy doing his own thing. And we'll get ourselves into another wonderful, awesome game of League of Legends.
Onto the rift we go.
Gameblade, thank you so much for the sub, by the way.
He knows what the ladies like. Grinding steel, armored treads.
Hey Johnson, thanks. He never gets me anything. Oh, no, I know what the ladies like.
Such a good line.
The thing is, depending on the difficulty you play through the Metropolis level on Halo 2, the cutscene, no, not the cutscene, the checkpoint afterwards has a different name. And it's like, ladies like armor plating, or hey, ladies like grinding treads, ladies like HE explosive, like HE firepower. I do have every single one of those speeches memorized by Johnson. I got quite hyper-fixated on them. Both the one in Combat Evolved and the Metropolis roll across the bridge.
There are some fantastic ones. Give them a pool of their own blood to drown in, or whatever it was. It was very, very graphic. Bot side whacker one is Ezreal. And Saber is not on something like Zed, which makes me sad. He's on Rise.
The thing is, I was about to say, I can't actually remember the last time he was playing fun stuff, but the thing is, Ultra Prime, I mean, they've only played 4 series. We have Nirvana teams that have played 12, 13 series. That's like 4 times the amount of series that Ultra Prime currently played. Because there are only 6 teams, and it's a single round robin, whereas the Ascend group, 10 teams, double round robin. Each team plays 18 series total, whereas these ones play 5. There is a 13 series difference. You are playing 3 times the amount of series. Ridiculous, really. Almost 4.
Very different indeed. See what can be done here as Niall got himself a red buff. Can look for a potential gank here on the roam through mid. Stun on to XQW, given a Viscerate angle into the double daggers that do go wide. Darking daggers, that push. Double daggers would be Zayat, but now Junhao might find an IO coming on over to put the ward on down, but to still get hit by the winds becomes lightning into the audacious charge. But actually, XQW has got himself a stun here. They weren't all in on that, but I did wonder.
And that could still be a bit... You know, every time a W lands from Shinzo in the early game, I think, well, this guy is like Exodia when he hits level 3. Doesn't have the red buff to have complete control of that. We're going to go over the wall again. The W is available.
He's got to flash on out, especially with YCX coming on up. The heal pop to get in range to threaten the Q. Are we going to keep going for this invade, though? I think we are.
I mean, I think with the flash blind from Junhao, yes, worth paying respect. But not too much respect. You still want to get ahead of the game. Managed to get something away from the Neferi. Neferi often judged by how well she does in the early game. So Junhao didn't have the best game on, by the way. He was okay. He was on his Vi. Really, though, the game was kind of decided by LGD. Not really able to play the vision game very well. Pretty much every time that Grand Starfall for Pantheon was available and the Hero's Entrance for the Galio was available, plop in a side lane, someone died, and LGD just never saw it coming because they never went deep enough into the enemy jungle to put the wards down.
Saw it coming.
You
don't get that reference, do you?
No, well, no, I know the reference. I just don't know enough about Sam. Look, there are games which I have enough enough knowledge of to make a reference regardless of situation. Persona is not one of them.
That's fair. That's also, I mean, it's not fair. You should have get this. You should get the last surprise, Al.
That's great, Sam.
And you could be singing with me, like in harmony. We have a beautiful moment.
It could be a wonderful, beautiful moment.
Stop, is it now?
It's not, no. I think like I've stolen something from you in a quite a silent way. I really was. I really was a phantom thief in this scenario. It's the one reference I do have that I could throw that. Persona 5 though, very good game. The problem with Persona for me was I was introduced to the game by someone who wanted me to play the crossover fighting game between 3 and 4. Now, I've never played Persona 3 or Persona 4, nor am I good at fighting games. So I gained nothing from that experience. It's kind of tainted my view of Persona ever since, sadly.
It's like the least Persona experience as well.
Yeah. Jen completely knows this topside play is happening, by the way. Is ahead in the early game, done quite well in the laning phase versus Sassy. Rotation up from Shaya and YCX, who are annoying. Yeah.
Breakable.
Can use his teleport to rotate around the map. Look, I'm not expecting much in terms of the early rotations from these two teams. We do see from, say, a team like Anyone's Legend and Group Ascent, good rotations early to give good laning matchups, escape bad matchups, that kind of thing.
Hell.
Yes.
What is the rotational velocity of your lane a lane swap?
Depends how quick they're moving.
Exactly. I want to know how much power do they get?
What's that?
From the momentum of switching lanes.
Well, no, power. Do you know what power is, Sam?
It's watts, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
what is the unit of power? A statement, not a question.
Exactly,
No, but power is work done over time. Yeah. It's
So currently we've done 5 minutes work in this game.
Well, and I did more work in game 1.
That's true.
Whereas you weren't here.
That's true.
But this is not quantifying exactly how much is being done. And Jen could potentially go for a taunt flash here, which is why SQW is very afraid being off vision. Well, a lot of vision being denied around mid lane. So SQW, I mean, credit to him. I probably wouldn't have backed off there, and I probably would have died. LGD, I mean,
good self-awareness.
Look, a lot of mid laners just don't expect to get dove under turret because let's be honest, most people do that on side lanes instead. They leave us alone most of the time. Wasn't expecting that. Hang on a second. Sassy will be. Does he spot him there? I think he does actually.
Where is Sassy going? How has he found himself in this position, roaming around at a proxy farm?
That's a great question. He's now ahead 10 CS after being behind a little bit too from early lane phase 2.
The power of lanes. See, that's the power, Alex. This is what happens with that angular momentum from switching lanes.
Yeah. Trying to think if there's anything about how I don't know, man. Classical physics was fine. That was one of the okay modules. Optics was bad. We do talk about how optics was bad. What?
I'm just supposed to go for optics. I generally went to the green wall. That was my esports break.
Sam, I'm not going to lie, Sam. All I did is I turned over and I just saw you, mouth open, looking at chat, just gorming. And I was like, what? Are you okay?
If you actually want the actual answer, I had a beard head that was caught in my mouth. So I get it out of the mouth. Is actually what it was.
I was like, what is he read in chat?
But you've given
Wait, what?
At the same time, I was sort of casually reading Mecca's actually quite insightful insight into, I don't know why I've used insight in 2 different conjugations in this, into Persona series. But that was actually what was going on. And then I heard optics and went, ooh, and then I went, ooh, esports, and then went, no, he's talking about physics.
It's not Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I know,
nor is it FaZe Clan. Nor is it FaZe Clan.
So really, it's just been a cavalcade of failure.
Cavalcade, isn't it? Cavalcade?
I think
Oh no, that one I actually don't know. This one's a fracker on the top side, though.
The frax comes on down as they land the chains of corruption. The Chaos Gods are most pleased as Jun Hao, now in danger, gets hit by the Winter's Bite and the concussive blows that follow.
Is that your own impression of Jack Black? Chance of corruption! Hugh lands onto Jun Hao.
Metal horse jockey!
Swear to God. Rel coming to a cinnamon egg.
So you gotta be aware of those jockeys, they do this! Flash taunt! Can you look for some more? The Spirit Refuge comes on down, but that's way too deep! But it doesn't matter, they get the kills.
Steals 2 kills away from them. Much like an Enderman does your blocks, and they'll
wow.
LGD couldn't quite creep her into the river in time to secure some grubs. 3 will go over towards Ultra Prime. I don't know enough about Minecraft to say anything more than that. I did watch a video saying, can you beat the game from 1 block? And the answer is yes, you can. The replay has broken. Okay.
Like my brain.
Yeah, mine has been... It's been on the edge for a while, Sam.
Edge? I thought you were in freefall.
Yeah.
I shoved you over it. Deliberately.
Yeah. Long live the king. All the light touches are puns we can make. What's that dark place over there? That's Chicken Jockey. Never go there. Did anyone go to see Minecraft in theaters, by the way? I didn't. I feel like I missed out next week.
Is it still in there?
However, I don't think it would be the same in very polite Germany.
No, that's true.
I don't think that would be the same experience as to an American movie experience. Might be. I would.
Do you want to go?
If we find time, should we? Hang on. So Kitty is currently in Europe. Should we take
Kitty to see?
Is anyone? Can anyone go over to Kitty's stream when she's live and ask by proxy buyers if she'd be interested in seeing the chicken?
Oh, that'd be funny. See, I'm gonna get a message from Athena like, what the fuck?
We're actually only gonna communicate through people messengers through Twitch chat. You have become carrier pigeons.
That's it.
It's a noble profession. I'm just saying, pigeons were pretty good at delivering messages. You don't need owls to do them. They are nature's slowest bird.
My people will talk to your people. Exactly, Mike.
Exactly. My people will talk to your people. We should do that more. It makes me feel important.
That's true. I've never really gotten into that side of the stream. Culture.
It's like, oh yeah, this person wants to duo. Or, wow, this person said this. Well, why don't you go into that stream and tell them what's what? We could actually talk about the game at some point. I'm trying to think if there's anything actually that valuable to talk about. Slightly towards Ultra Prime, Dragon Grubs. They were ahead of the game. About to hit that 1 item mark. We have Globals online. Last game, LGD were not that great at kind of foreseeing a play coming through, and that could be an issue.
I have foreseen it.
I have foreseen it. It's like on Christmas Day, and you learn to tell the future. Search your... I can feel your presence.
Yeah. Star Wars Lego, Alex.
Yeah, you'd kind of shake it and you hear the Lego rolling around in there.
Yeah.
I still have some Lego I need to build that I got for my birthday last year, which is 11 months ago.
Too. I've got a Boba Fett helmet that he's building.
Yeah, it's very kind. The thing is that the fact that I got the presents made me happy, even though that I haven't built them yet. It's still valuable presents. Dragon has been started. It's not the end of one, so it won't end the game. LGD down in bot side and force.
Metal Horse Jockey. You can go looking on it. Still not find the best thing is that one wasn't great. See, you didn't have to care so much. The Max Storm after pretty solid. Naya goes on in though with that Glacial Fissure, but the Realm Warp forward, Spirit's Refuge buying a lot of space in that front line. Nayo desperately trying to run around at least a little bit. Shinsao does get one, but the health bar's looking pretty dicey here for Ultra Prime. They've gotten the 3 kills. And actually with Sassy going down, they have got that man advantage, but the health bar's a little dicey. Yijang looking to see whether anyone was being unwise in their reset. It won't happen.
Yeah, Sassy chose to walk forwards in that fight and say, look, I'm going to die and be a damage threat, so you have to back off. Ultra Prime still end up taking the 1 and they take the dragon. So now they have 2 dragons. Significant gold lead at 2,000 at this timestamp is pretty damn good, actually. And LGD on the other side don't have their Nymaera head. Their Varus got shut down pretty heavily in that fight too by Xiaoxia kind of stopping the follow-up after that Varus arrow, and LGD, bit of a reality check. Now they have locked top 2 already. Again, the actual result of this series, not that important right now, because they've already kind of secured themselves to what they were looking for. It's an initial okay pick at the Q out of the brush from Sassy, but Xiao tries to follow up on the ultimate, the stacks coming through, and then gets completely blasted. So can't quite follow up on the damage which you would have liked to, which means that Xiaoxia and Junhao both make it out alive.
Of course, there was the Stand United. That's the Shen ultimate. We're not conflating that one with Poppy. On top of the Xin Zhao still had the ult running. There was a lot that was going to have to be burned through to bring down the Xin Zhao, and now Sassy clears the wave. Might buy himself enough time here to keep himself alive, actually.
So, Sign even 1,000 gold down. Really annoying to remove from areas of the map. There's a question in chat. Why does LGD's comp look so bad? Because they have no consistent damage if the Nymaera's behind. Nymaera is the only person that can carry a team fight from multiple cooldowns. The Varus sometimes can, but not in a situation like this. Sassy will try and wave clear out tops and should largely be able to, but the 3 grubs will start to chunk down this tower. But back to that question, LGD, the reason their composition looks a bit janky right now, they don't actually have damage. Annie doesn't have first item. You really need the Nymaera to carry.
That it is. In comes a decent decimating smash. ICX will put up the door. Regret it. Junhao then goes forward with the audacious charge.
Wow,
the kill. Now the turnaround coming on through as the unstoppable onslaught comes on and doesn't really land that well. Sassy has a flash on. XQW is actually TP'd in for this. Might want to look for a engage here with the ult. I was going to say the flash, but doesn't have that available. So TP's into no avail, and that gives Shen a lot of free time bot side.
With the 3 grubs, teleport will come in to save the turret, but a lot of damage has already been done. So double summon is now used from LGD in terms of this teleports. Sassy is 1.5k behind. EGN has had a bit of a rough time of it, sadly, in this series. Lost the 1v1 to Sassy, so the top lane 1v1. He played the Aurelia into the Renekton, and the Renekton built Thornmail and basically didn't take any damage. It was pretty bad. Game 1, EGN got 20-30 CS ahead very early on, and then got completely stomped in the rest of the game, sadly for him. Sassy got the MVP from game 1, and now EGN at least able to return the favor a little bit in this second game. Significant way ahead. Normally, Sion stays ahead of the Shen, and the Shen doesn't really get to play the game that much until maybe 2 items. So, EGN getting ahead early.
He is. Titanic Hydra is nice. Now he's now coming on down though. Throws out Dark and Daggers part 1. Avoids the taunt with a well-timed W, but all he really gets is the flash. It's nice, but it is not a kill. It is not really that much in the grand scheme of things, especially as Herald was going down on the other side of the map.
Can you remember when
the 21st night of September?
Yeah, exactly. I was really thinking about Earth, Wind, and Fire right now.
Yeah, I thought you would be.
You know, I must find the avatar to restore my honor.
By the way, what did water do to Earth, Wind, and Fire out of interest?
Well, you know, everything was at peace until the Water Nation attacked. I'm pretty sure that's how Avatar, the Last Airbender worked. That's how I remember it. Don't know about everyone else. But I actually saw Avatar, the Last Airbender in concert recently. It was a really good experience.
Sounded like it was fun.
It's fantastic. The Agni Kai music, very, very cool. A lot of very iconic tracks from the Avatar soundtrack, actually. Particularly when it gets into season 3 and it's like the last Agni Kai, so the one between Zuko and Azula. That is iconic.
It's
really, really special.
Scene.
And also Secret Tunnel, the greatest song ever to grace animated TV.
Secret Tunnel. There you go, Monty's. What were you tweeting? What were you
tweeting? Messaging.
I don't know why I went for tweeting.
I think tweeting writing, and replying.
Yeah,
or
probably yeah. In a horrible amalgamation of like.
Oh, milk and Fanta equals equals MILF. That's what the acronym is for. And for people who are only watching just with like some audio on the side, I'm sure we've got your attention now. So you go back to whatever you were doing.
Don't worry about it.
Side. Just don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
It'll be fine. The game will be here. All the same. Nothing has changed.
That's because Azula is on fire, Castle.
Oh, yeah, true.
Shojin has been completed for Naya. There are first items largely for LGD. That's great news. However, on the other side, at the very least, Ultra Prime do not have second items completed, and therefore with this being sole point, my suggestion to you and to LGD is that they may need to fight this one while the item breakpoints are relatively similar.
That's true. Got the one item on everyone from LGD, so it's 1 to 1.5 rather than 1 to 2, which is where the problems really start to come in, especially against Rise and Ezreal. They get really scary at that point. Shen's out too from that point. Of course, Junhao is scary. No, it's pretty scary on the Shinzao in general. The Xiaoxia is completely unseen here, by the way. It does kill off that blast gun, which helps. Junhao could come in. Where's the Shen? Oh, Xiaoxia in the back.
Shen's coming in. It's going to go dive before he can arrive. I mean, Shen's going to be trapped outside of the play. Xiaoxia in danger now as well. LGD have played this well. 2 kills over to Nio. All the while, though, Shen still split, pushing away. They have got the win in the fight, but they aren't getting it entirely cleanly. That probably will be a tier 2 falling, you'd imagine, assuming Yijiang can stick around with this next wave.
Okay, that's going to be the tier 2. Yeah, should still be the tier 2, even if it is the Sound which teleports up. He can kill the tower while he's there. So it's going to be tier 2 for 2 kills and the dragon. LGD will still take that trade, given everything, really. Doesn't really have any threat onto Saber there now. SQW not able to get the stun onto him at that point. The fact that the 2 kills go to the Neferi is about worst case scenario from the fight itself, though. Because we were saying this before, LGD don't have a consistent damage source unless the Neferi's ahead. The Neferi head now has 2 kills, really scary. Shen ult doesn't get to complete. The ult's a little late from Junhao because, of course, it's perma CC from the Annie into everything else. It means that you are at that point fighting the 4v5. The Shen can't even up the numbers. At least they get something from the side lane.
Also worth noting, of course, Herald, I believe, was dropped mid, and that meant that tier 1 fell there as well. So it ends up being a 3 turret trade for Ultra Prime, I think. I'm not sure if the tier 1 top was up when that push began. Another one down bot side now as well. So Ultra Prime now beginning to collapse the map pretty heavily and are up about 4,000 gold.
Degen, a lot of that gold. 2.5k ahead. Got that solo, what's it call it? That turret, which is behind the outer one, the inner turret. As they're called. I hear they're going by the inner turret nowadays. I don't think Shen...
Tier 2 in my youth.
Nope, don't go to follow up. That's it. That's the end of that bit.
That'd probably be easier, honestly. Don't encourage me.
I don't think Shen is the kind of champion that carries a game like this, though, is my problem. Because...
Why don't you do that now?
I mean, look, I'm sure he'll be impactful. Yeah, he is very fed. I'm just like, if that gold lead was on Junhao's Shinzao, even in that case, I would say that Junhao, given how strong he's been for this team, and on a champion like this, probably could carry the game. If it was Saber for Rise, Rise would also do unspeakable things. You know, Shen has a side laning threat. Hang on a second, did they spot him walking through there? That's a fight coming through from Junhao. Xiaoxia not going to jump over the wall.
A lot of very good wards here have Ultra Prime. Of course, they are now going to get fought over. There's that control board spotted out. Junhao and Xiaoxia coming on over to defend those. Second control board. They really want command of this blue pit.
It's very blue.
Dabba-dee dabba-die.
Occasionally, you know, sometimes you want to put on a very entertaining percussive show with other people of blue hues. Woohoo. Blue hoo.
That way. No. I always think you're gonna go for the club remix.
Oh,
I'm feeling alright.
I don't know what that is.
It was someone did a remix of.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, no, I remember that now. Yeah, I do remember that. Yep.
Okay, I don't really. Have anywhere to take this.
It's look, folks. There's no stakes left in this game.
It's like rabbits, Alex. Of course, there's no stake.
Yeah, no
stakes.
Yeah, it's like a butcher's aisle, which is out of goods. It's an empty shelf.
Like my brain.
Yeah, or life in Costco after tariffs. We're allowed to say that on a Ghost Stream because it's our show. We can say what we want.
Oh boy.
Dragon Spawn in a minute and a half. LGD have locked themselves a chance at playoffs. Ultra Prime, they are safe from bottom 2 in Nirvana because OMG and RNG are down there. They're safe in the middle too. With LGD winning the first game, means that LNG is no longer able to get top 2, which is why LGD is safe up there as well. Which means that the rest of the series kind of decorative. This is our last Nirvana Series 2. We won't see the bottom echelons of the LPL playing again in this split. Atacon has been started up. Yijiang's on the flank. Not that great vision, but they do have one good flank ward, and Sion could potentially go for a big old flank.
Looking for it.
Saber.
Go in. Nayo into the backside. Gets on top of Sion. XQW gets the stun after. Saber just about alive, but not for long. Nayo being run up by John now, eviscerating away. Will not have a call on the back. Goes down himself. That means it's a 1-for-1 right now, but the health bar is significantly lower on key members of LGD. Ejang with a wonderful flash shadow dash. And finds the taunt that brings Annie down. Xiaoya now caught up in a 1v2. And despite that, I still think Xiaoxia might be doing enough to buy space for Wacko and the rest of the squad to come on forward. A final Q from Wacko would bring that Varus down, but I think they're happy enough with their wins, and we'll head back towards the Attica.
It's 3 for 2. EGN is a big shutdown to give over, we'll say, but Outcome will be claimed by Ultra Prime. Not an awful entry into the fight from LGD. Nayo finds an angle onto Saber, but the follow-up not quite good enough. And I was just saying, hey, the Shen won't carry the fight. Pretty much one-shot Xiaoya at the start of it. Does make it out alive, but he takes off so much HP that he can't play that effectively afterwards. Ultra Prime in a clean lead now. Clean lead. They'll get themselves Attica and the soul point afterwards. See how it started. So Sion teleports onto the front line, and he teleports onto the flank. Saber flashes away, but of course the Hound's pursuit will always follow you. Junhao does a lot of work here. Like a lot of work. Flashes forward onto Nayo, opens up a secondary angle, really. Means that the consistent damage carry of the Neferi can't carry the fight. Junhao just says, alright, you're the person I gotta kill off. That'll win us the fight. Does just that. And as we said just before this, Ijin does a lot of work. Does a load of damage onto Shai at the start of the fight. Kills off XQW. Manages to get Sion as well. Does die to the zombie form of the Sion, though. And does give over an extra 700 gold over towards Sassy.
I think as far as you're concerned, though, you're very happy with that little setup there as Yujang, and just goes, yep, cool, my work here is done. See you in the next life.
5,000 gold ahead from Ultra Prime. As I said, half of that still in that top lane matchup. Kind of spooky. Xiaoya, he needs more items, he does. SQW has the Leandry, so at least we're doing some damage towards EGM. He's not...
Buy me more jewelry.
Didn't quite expect the... Hang on a second, I was wondering if the stun would come through there. God, that is a...
Very specific reference to a very particular era of YouTubers. You know, it's a very specific brand of CC, as in comes the Realm Warp. As a very specific brand of transport. How much more specific can we get this game? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Honey, why is the baby on fire? Buy me more jewelry. I haven't thought about the Asdaf movies in a long time. I baked you a pie. Oh boy, what flavor? Pie flavor. Action sounds.
It's just crust, that's all it is. That's what goes into a pie flavored pie.
It's elephants all the way down. It's just crust.
Isn't it turtles all the way down?
Yes, but if it was a pie, it would be crust all the way down. I'm trying to like...
Yeah, I get you.
Readjust a reference to another one.
I'm now kind of getting where you were going with this.
Do you really trust Sam to be in charge of us when we're in this state? Look, I don't have a choice. I'm not going to be here. It's either
He's going out for milk and cigarettes,
have a dysfunctional babysitter or none at all. Starting to question which one's more worthwhile at this point. Why CS
probably the baby that needs sitting.
Yeah. Gonna have to like, I don't know, put you on the naughty step. I don't know, what else do you do to kill... I don't have children.
What do you do with children? That's clearly the answer.
Yeah, defenestration. Defenestration!
Secret window!
Windows aren't often secret. They're meant to be pretty visible all the time.
I mean, there was a point in... Actually, I know we can have a chat about Victorian era England as Baron's happy. That might be more important.
Oh, that's
Secret engage! Nio will eviscerate away, and the wind becomes lightning, and the dog gets grounded. XQW. The little frog that cannot anymore. Just get a decent amount of burn back onto Xiaoxia. Get that shot. Yeah. Oh, my lord. Gets absolutely eviscerated. Eat Titanic Hydra Auto.
Much better game from Ultra Prime. Very cleanly playing around the Shen's advantage. They are not allowing the Neferi to take over the game. They'll be able to pull back now with only one player dying for the 4 of LGD to get the Baron. While all this happening, get an inner turret as well. Ultra Prime, much cleaner game and a much better game from EJing as well.
Well, there goes the Baron. And therefore... also likely gravity and other such M&M references, because I feel like LGD are floating in space with no real way to get grounded in this game. Now you're clears out the ward, wants to come and contest the dragon, and Xiaoxia and Jonah say absolutely not.
It's not a bad like rescue attempt from SQW. It's just the damage has already been done, and I think at that point you just have to let your jungler die. You don't get to play the game, I don't think, with Neferi not being most of your damage in a lot of these team fights. Eugen finds a gap in the side of the play as well to kill off Shaya, who's been nearly assassinated in a bunch of fights now by Eugen. And LGD, no real gold to play right now. They're almost, wait, how far behind are they? About 9,000 gold. That's a lot by my calculations.
Monty's asked a very important question, saying,
yes.
Where does baby oil come from if not from babies?
Well, I mean, I don't know how to tell you this, you know. I feel like there is some spiritual journey you have to go to find that answer yourself. Return to us when you found the answer to that question. This is your quest.
Yeah, you listen to the directions of the magical Leopleurodon. It will be offering great wisdom in directions.
When does it not? It's helped us all.
It's wonderful. No. Just be advised, your kidneys may come as payment.
Yep. No, occasionally it does. Well, no, it's not. Hang on a second. That's gonna get. Is there a taunt? No, there isn't. Okay, escapes on the other side of the map. Going for a long flank. Eugen goes for an ult into the play to make sure it's not a 4v5.
Hands up a little late, but now the Annie is really left alone. Oh, XQW gets the molten shield. Speed up has now been spotted. Wacko hops on forward, just about misses the mystic shot. He's walking across so much vision right now. You are so seen.
I see you, XQW, and that's in like
I see you.
That's like in a derogatory way. It's like, oh no, I see you, no, I see you. You are on a flank, and you've found.
Yeah, exactly. The eye of Sauron has turned towards thee.
Yeah, good reactions by Eugen to say like, okay, you're teleporting. I'm going to be at the play. Teleports onto the other side with his ultimate. Of course, that's the bonus with the Shen. Most teams do run multiple globals right now. I've got the Shen and the Rise for the side of Ultra Primes. They're doing that too. Means it's very easy to react to plays like that, even if you've messed up a little bit and leave an opening.
Oh, that explains it, Al. That's why everyone's playing Neferi. It's Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide.
This is it.
Christ.
It's all coming together. YCX flashing away from the wind, becoming lightning. Did not have a lightning rod installed on that shield, and so decides this was a bad idea. But double inhibitor's now about to fall. Obviously, Baron buff still inspiring everything. Xiaoye will look for a Q, won't quite land it. We'll be able to try and fight for wave control here. Vaguely, and as I say wave control, really what I mean is there's minions all in the base, and LGD are on death's door. Into corruption goes wide because Wacko presses the E button.
Yeah, that one's not particularly nice. They don't have a wave clear. Xiaoxia gets a combo in. Shunhao does damage, and LGD are going to hit the ground.
Oh, the Glacial Fissure after is nice enough. Xiaoxia will burn out. That's something, but again, the damage just isn't there. There's still GAs to work with. Nio cannot do anything. Xiaoye gets taken out by our last couple empowered autos from the Shen with that Twilight Assault. Over they go with a Realm Warp to the last Nexus turret, and they'll end the game, bringing us to a third in this most entertaining of Nirvana series.
This series means very little, folks. The first game was the one that had the stakes riding on it. Second one, with Caitlyn Karma coming through from LGD, so strong laning phase to try and counter the Nico, because the Nico is meant to try and carry the Karma, the Kai'Sa through laning phase. You don't really get to do that versus Caitlyn Karma. It's actually the last pick Cassandra coming in from Yujing, which is fine to be a tank top laner. I mean, with Shen and Sion out, I guess it's better than some. I guess he's just more practiced on that.
I see for Sassy, bit of a classic for him.
Yeah, and I guess Eugen doesn't have a... I mean, doesn't go towards something like that. Jace for lane dominance or whatever. And, okay, so... Overall compositions, I think LGD, melee synergy with the solo laners, winning lane bot side, early push top side. It's not bad for them. I'm a little bit worried about Ultra Prime.
We were also spammed with fun facts, that's true. There are no Gyos, Alex. That means we have to do them. Are you ready?
Yep.
LGD.
Gyo!
LGD.
Gyo!
LGD.
Gyo!
Ultra Prime.
No, you pick!
Gyo.
You pick!
Gyo.
You pick!
Gyo.
It's okay. And also, so you actually did it the wrong way around. It's Laganje, and then you do it. It's like you said LGD, it's Laganje.
I've heard LGD as well.
I mean, but a lot of times it's Laganje, but it kind of the pronunciation of it sounds more like LGD, but it is almost always Laganje.
Okay.
I learned these things. This is the most important thing I've learned from LPL Sim. These things, I pass on the information to you. This is my wisdom. Single target Q.
Soul Flare. Karma's got some very metal ability names.
Deadly Ghost. Jio. Deadly Ghost. Jio. Deadly Ghost. Jio. That's your compliment. We gave you a special Jio Ghost.
They popped off on Darius yesterday on my stream.
Nice. Good job.
And did a good job of recovering on Fiora.
I like LGD's draft more, except Karma. The thing about the Karma is that it kind of ruins what the Nico would like to do. Because what the Nico wants to do is carry the Kai'Sa through laning phase, and then Kai'Sa gets to be Kai'Sa. If you're playing against Caitlyn Karma, you don't actually get carried through laning phase because the Nico can't do enough against Caitlyn Karma. I think if you had Caitlyn Braum or something like that, you can't... Well, I mean, the Braum you couldn't do that anyway because it was played in Fearless, but just a weaker laning champion than the Karma, I don't think you'd be able to play the same playstyle.
Really interesting discussion from Pony, I think is the name. He's one of the LCK casters currently, former support in like Season 3-4. And they were saying, look, it's really interesting because Kai'Sa has been falling off in priority in the LCK, just quietly, basically because it's becoming increasingly hard to get her through lane in a way that you could do when lane swaps were a thing. Don't get me wrong, it's not like she doesn't have strength in laning phase. You've got combos with Nautilus and all these things, but it's not a guarantee by any means. A Saber might be on there. See if you can have a little look in here. I don't think it's going to be much more than the chunk in XQW. A little late.
But with the Kai'Sa thing, I thought that was going to be the case as soon as we saw lane swaps gone. In fact, Azael was saying in LTA, I remember one of the first broadcasts back after lane swaps were gone, might have been at first saying, well, you know, Kai'Sa's going to be gone. And I agreed with that. I thought, well, that'll be the case. We do see, wow, the pushing lane's really trying to give Nio a better chance to do something. Not actually able to get that much done, but you know, I was of the same mind, thinking, well, Kai'Sa, we won't see that much there. I do think that there are some drafts where you can let it through, especially in Fearless, where Kai'Sa can get some more value, but it's definitely not as pickable as it was before. And I think it's continually started to fall down as people have realized, actually, laning priority is really nasty to play around.
On the other side of this, right, so we were having a discussion in chat, I think, yesterday.
See you, Omar.
Is there was a bit of a discussion about, well, if we're getting things like Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Karma backing up, are we not that far away from things like the Varus Caitlyn lanes coming back again? It's just that cycle all over again.
So, I mean, the problem with that is that lane swaps still exist after 3 minutes.
Yes.
So, while you might get a 10-20 CS lead or whatever at the 3 minutes, as soon as the 3 minutes come through, you then lose a lot of your identity. And the whole thing about Ashe support, Kalista support, Varus support is you lock an enemy bot lane in laning phase for so long that they just playing without a bot lane for most of the game because they're that far behind. It's not the case now. Do you have potential gank coming into mid lane? Saber needs to be a little careful here.
Black Q3 forces the flash on Saber. Junhao now coming in from the north. Permafrost lands, wrapped up briefly as the bear riding Nio may need to Arctic Assault away. The cooldown at this point in the game quite long though, so going to have to walk very aggressively. Forced to flash and Junhao flashes for the crushing blow. XQW at least get one back, but it's forced to flash as well.
Gets double buffs, which is kind of nasty. But we'll see if he can survive this next bit of lane. Shasha might even... no, the red buff's healing him up now. Okay, I actually wonder if that's too far from Junhao. Giving double buffs to the Yone, even though you get that kill... I'm not sure I love it, and Ultra Prime maybe feel like they need to do something special. I guess the root. Oh my god! Okay, now it's worth it.
And drops aggro as well. Nice little combo. They get the additional one. It goes towards Saber, and of course he drops the whole wave. That was the other thing. The Yone was there just like having to look at all these minions go down. Sassy gets a proxy farm on the Udyr and gets to reset back home.
So, XCW does get to go back into lane with the double buffs. As soon as I saw Junhao go for that 1-for-1 under turret, I thought, giving Yone the red buff and the blue buff gives him the sustain in lane, that's a problem. The fact that he managed to clean up another kill after that makes that play worth it. Saber now has the double buffs too, which is just so much more, it's so much worse, because XQW can occasionally get some poke out against the Victor. Not anymore, it's a bit of wrong. By the way, Crow, I did see the resub with Prime earlier, and thank you very much. 4 months here on the channel, appreciate your... continued support and good to have you around. And of course, everyone in all our chats, we do appreciate you if you stick around. Try to call that out more often because it's nice to be, you know, appreciative of what we got, you know?
Absolutely. Well, even got a mini hype train out of it all, so thank you very much.
Yay! We got a golden Kappa train the other day.
We did.
It's cool as hell.
Seba. Oh, press Q. And then get a red buff proc as a result.
I said this on another cast, but enough. It's been long. Hang on a second. 6 hits. Actually, it does have the. I might have to use that to get out. Actually, getting slowed by the red buff into the grab field is into
really
the chaos storm. Really nasty. I was saying this a little earlier. So Fate Stay Night obviously got very, very popular, and all of the Fate series got very popular. Hang on a second. No, you won't be able to spot him though. But Saber's voice actor went to the quote-unquote grave of King Arthur. Obviously, it's a kind of apocryphal thing. It's just like a whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And apologized to King Arthur for like tainting the memory of King Arthur, basically. It's like, I was just doing my job. I just did voice acting. I promise you this is not what we wanted. I found that very funny. Weirdly, kind of sweet.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, apologies for turning you to an uwu anime girl. I know.
Yeah. Oh, God. English culture. We get one bit of it. And then taken over by anime, Sam.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I guess I'd say even St. George. St. George was Turkish, by the way. And, a lot of people claim St. George as their patron saint. He's a very, very influential figure across Europe. And the stories of St. George and the Dragon. Can't block the
doesn't block it, that's
can't
hilarious.
block the Caitlyn. It's like, oh, I'll block it for you. No,
you can't.
The minion does not have the facilities for that, big man.
You do not have the facilities for that one, big man. Such a good line.
Was that another Man's Not Hot one? I think it was
remember.
different, actually. It was around the same era, which is why I thought the same thing. It does secure the Gromp, though, does John Howe.
There's been some very good Shakespeare renditions of, like, flatmates bickering over relationships and situationships and stuff recently. There's been some fantastic ones. Yes, you might consider it a matter of the flesh, but it is a falsehood of the tongue. Was just a wonderful line.
Yes, that one's fantastic. Enjoyed that. Hey, Amber, good to see you as well. Good morning.
Amber.
Yeah.
Dude, is there like a green and a red to go with Amber? Is it like is there a traffic light trio?
I was gonna go in a different direction. It's like, who's the dude in charge of Jurassic Park?
Richard Harrod? No, yeah,
Hamilton.
yes.
Richard Hamilton would like to know the location of Amber.
Yeah. Do you have dinosaur DNA kept inside?
Yep. Anyway,
are you capable of creating raptors?
These and many questions we need answers to you, Jen. On the Cassante, getting enough farm from the early game, but is getting pushed in. Nio, tank enough in the Sejuani to not really care about face checking there.
Chunk comes on through. Saber heads mid lane. And not all that much has happened right now. The grubs do go the way of LGD, which is nice. Does set up well for something like a Yone later on. And potentially this Caitlyn as well to get some value with the shove that you should be able to get here with that Karma as Xiaoxia turns into the form of Wukong briefly and puts a ward down.
This does need to be studied. How much better Ultra Prime play when there's nothing at stake?
They are like the most anti-clutch team
so
in the world.
It's ridiculous. When nothing is on the line, Ultra Prime are actually quite a good team. As soon as there is anything to play for, Ultra Prime just fall off a cliff. It is so ridiculous. And I like this team. Now, there are multiple iterations of this team, which I've come to really appreciate. You know, I enjoyed that team last year with Hacker on the roster. I thought that he was
that Herald
escape. The Herald escape is one of my favorite plays in League history. That was so fun. But Ultra Prime are just a team which just are allergic to anything with light stakes. And today, game one, it wasn't even stakes for them. It was stakes for LNG, and they still play so much worse than they normally would do. Now in a situation where, you know, not bad early game. Got a kill onto Junhao. Junhao's looking like he's in a decent spot on the Wukong. We'll see if they can close out the series. If they do, they end up with a positive win rate. All things said and done. They'll finish middle two all the same, but Ultra Prime, just a very intriguing team.
So, I've not had a look at the standings. Obviously, LGD are one of our teams going forwards. Who's the second team that would be looking to head up towards the playoffs contention?
Ultra Prime last year owned Weibo. Yeah, Ultra Prime had a winning record over Weibo, who went to Worlds. You know? Yeah. They were like one of the teams which somehow, I mean, of course, Weibo last summer made finals. Yeah. So they had a positive win rate over LPL finalists. Yeah, never mind the rest of it. Hang on a second. Don't walk up like that. Clone is going through there. Xiaoxia going through the engage. Spots out Nio, but the ult comes through to counter.
Oh, wonderful Pot Blossom attempt, but a great flash on out. And Xiaoxia just about to, I think, that they heal, but does manage to survive the look at the engage. Flash to flash in the grand scheme of things.
Nio saving his duo lane sat stationed in mid lane. So that's going to open up Dragon, especially with low HP on the Nika. Quite hard to launch a foray down to that side of the map.
Didn't have the facilities for that one.
Please tell me where I can send a complaint about a streamer who pirates pirates LPL content. There was actually some guy earlier that was doing that, which we went into the chat of and said, yo, don't do that. I think it's Champion or whatever they are. They're streaming in Russian. Jing, Lone on turret again. Can't really do that much wave clear here. It does have a teleport coming in from Victor.
It's a big chunk on at with those traps coming on down as well. The Cassante did not enjoy that experience. It's obviously split their build a little bit here between the Barmies and the Spectres couple building towards an unending despair, if I had to guess.
Yeah, just tends to be going towards that. But yeah, by the way, folks, like we have been just dealing with one or two things today. Guys, on Twitch, we don't have like that huge viewership, and there are apparently there's a streamer, maybe a couple, which take our stream potentially, or LPL streams without permission and start streaming with it. It does actually make a difference to us. Guys, we're doing this without any support. We're doing this without... The only support we get is from you. So if someone is, you know, taking our content or restreaming it or whatever, it's fine for Onivia because that was something that we worked out and we do get something out of that. But yeah, you know, we stream 150 hours a month trying to give good content, and that's just a bit of a slap in the face, you know. If that happens enough, eventually we'll just have to stop doing it. You know, that will kill our stream. And it potentially does that for others. This is basically the problem with co-streaming a main broadcast, but then co-streaming a co-stream does it even more because we don't even get the money in the first place, you know? So it's, yeah, it's, difficult, it is. And, yeah, we put in a lot of effort. We cast a lot of games. Luckily, there's a lot of you who come here and you do enjoy it, but some people, sadly, don't get the memo and they're very disrespectful about it, I suppose. It's a very slim minority, but yeah, push around the map. Caitlyn getting a lot of turret plates. Sassy getting that wave into. LGD doing quite well, you know, pushing waves and playing off of them. However, Ultra Prime are cross-mapping decently well right now. It's not like Caitlyn is getting plates and nothing else beyond that point.
That's the one. They get rid of that turret.
So Champion, that stream, Sam, they're not using our feed anymore because I went into his stream and like, yeah, don't do that. They turned off their webcam and switched change over streams out to LPL English, which I said, by the way, you can't use theirs either because you don't have permission from them. So I don't know which stream they're using now, but some poor sod's getting their stuff pirated basically. It's the same person again. Wait, are they using our stream again? Or is it just someone in general? Oh, for God's sake, man.
There we go. LGD in mid lane, picking up that tier 1.
Okay, well, it's just still the same guy though. And so, sorry for that brief interlude, but I know it's not about the game at hand and stuff like that, but it is important to us and stops us keeping doing this to a certain level. You know, casting is already a hard industry. Streaming is very saturated. Co-streaming is very saturated. Not everyone can be I Will Dominate or Cadral or don't know people who can kind of make a living off of co-streaming. We're definitely not at that level. You know, we put a lot of time in, and I'd like to hope that this can grow at some point. But yeah, it's just quite disrespectful that, and it's quite frustrating because, you know, we stream a lot on Twitch and YouTube. And while we have some growth over time, it's not explosive. It's something that we're gonna have to work out an awful lot. And yeah, it's quite demoralizing at points. Good sidestep by Stay, but that puts the grab field down.
Cassante throws down a Q through that Herald. In comes the Void Seeker from Wacko. And Junhao going to start up this Herald on the best ability that he can. Joshua was thinking about resetting there, but the teleports come flying on through, and LGD really want to fight this one as well. On the choke point, Ultron just a little bit here. Comes on Shasha, who does have that flash up and available again. Can look for that big Hot Blossom engage. Does look for that flick turnaround, but the turnaround in turn from XQW with the Fate sealed ensures. Actually, still ends up falling. Look to get onto Waku. Still got to press Q and bring that one down. Herald was picked up on the back end of it by Junhao as well, so it ends up being a decent win there for Ultra Prime.
It does. I think there was a disconnect with LGD. Mid lane turret does fall. But if you were going for the mid lane turret, why go in like that from XQW? You know, Shausha commits himself to that play. SQW Tries to get something back from it, but his AD carry's not there. Now Sassy walking forward, getting some decent damage here. I don't think there's going to be that. Hang on, he might even gone too far there. I think Junher could have potentially gone forwards and done a bit of damage. Disconnect from LGD around that fight.
Alrighty then, over we go. As the Pop Blossom comes on down. That Fate Sealed, nice flash from Saber, actually helps keep him alive, and then the knockups in short. You still managed to bring down the Yone, who looked like he found a pretty good angle on in.
LGD are going to get themselves a dragon now, so second dragon for them. They have the 3 grubs. Objective-wise, LGD are really quite far ahead of the curve at this point. They have the Caitlyn with the 3 grubs, which is really nasty. Herald into mid lane will help. Ultra Prime gets some tower damage back a little bit. We're looking for a fight. Goes into the clone. That's a bit sad.
Junk looks for a bit of an engage on forwards himself. Permafrosted. Dragon already taken. That one was picked up by LGD. So they're at 2 dragons, which is a nice little win con for them. Down 100 or so gold here, so nothing absolutely monumental. Of course, when you're playing Caitlyn Karma, you do want to get some shove value, and they're going to look for this fight. Here's Junhao. Will Warrior Trickster away. Jung on the other side, hit with the permafrost. There's XQW looking to bring down.
Wacko?
The side of Wacko's gone incredibly deep. He's caught in the Wingborn Storm. Brings down at least the Karma, and has actually played this one out super well. He gets away with it. Pop Blossom engaged in the mid lane. XQW gets the Spirit Cleave Sheet. Wacko trying to stay alive, managed to supercharge away. He's dancing around this fight. Another Acathian Rain comes on down, and Wacko styles on that one.
Oh, even procs the passive again onto Sassy. Gets another shield. Luckily, we'll survive through that. Will the Udyr. But Wacko just dived into 3 people and came away with kills. Not even just living to tell the tale, but taking an extra head with him too. Really good play on that Kai'Sa. Wacko, a player that came over from the PCS2, much like Egen. Getting good value out of the Kai'Sa in this game. Ultra Prime, again, needs to be absolutely studied how they can play like this compared to game 1 when nothing is on the line now. Not even for themselves. So this is mid lane turret going down. It's a good Chaos Storm, actually. It is a very good Chaos Storm. Kind of forces the retreat from Shay and YCX. The Caitlyn can't just stand, turn, and burn. Has to retreat very quickly. And I gotta say, this Caitlyn has not really gotten the value which LGD would have liked. They've not really been able to stand and fight on a level of traps.
They've not, and then an unfortunate set of missed combos there from XQW. At least picked up 1, but that could have been a lot more threat there that didn't come on through. At least Shay has not died or anything here, but unfortunately, of course, the early gold lead they did have is now only a single 100 gold.
How did I Will Dominate get such a big following? He was a big pro player back in the early seasons of League.
Yeah, season 4-5.
And that was also when North America was the biggest kind of international fan base at that point in season 1, 2, 3. It was very, very popular. And he was on a good team around that point too. You know, Curse, Team Liquid, they were a popular team. I remember watching him in season 4, season 5.
His Gragas was pretty good.
Yeah, Sejuani pretty good too. And I mean, credit to him. Of the players of that era, he's the guy that understood build my brand early. And he did really well with that. And he's now, for many years, been supporting the LPL and been covering the region. I've got a lot of respect for him. Managed to meet up with him last year, actually, around the League Awards at the end of the season. Got nothing but respect for the guy, honestly. He also has such a unique way of dealing with the haters. And I can respect that.
I mean, the problem is the team he owns is run by a team of haters, and that they all
True.
As well. I Will Pharaohnate is one of the best names for a guy ever. Let my team go.
I will Pharaohnate and let my people go. Jesus.
Give us back control of our team.
Abiz, by the way, there's an email you might have to message. I don't know whether I can freely give that out, but if you message me on Discord, by the way. Oh, wait, well, I'll message it because we'll talk about that later. Basically, talk about co-streaming rights for LPL. It's a little bit complex. And the thing with LPL is that obviously a lot of people are now have been streaming the region because it's the one that's easiest to get co-streaming rights for, because there are a lot more lax on that and stuff. But what it's meant is that it's very saturated, the whole market. It means it's very hard to make an impact of yourself. Obviously, we've given it a good shot, but even then, it's quite difficult, right? Last year, we had a lot of good value casting the games which weren't broadcast, but obviously a lot of people are doing that now. We were the first to do it, by the way, of this era. Been a while since people have been doing that one. Atacant has been started up. LGD, they're in position to respond if they want, but hang on a second, they don't have the Caitlyn. Caitlyn went back to base. It's going down before Caitlyn's going to be here.
Assuming she had an item completion or something. There's no other reason she'd be late like this. Yijang now ghosting up the river, looking to get onto YCX. Turnaround comes on through Sassy. Looks to keep people up with that. Kasante is keeping 3 important members gone. Massive engagement for XQW, though, who brought down the Kaiser. They nabbed the Atakan. 2 dead and the steal. Oh, Ultra Prime. The anti-clutch strikes once more.
Junhao was trying to look for a Cyclone into the backline, but he's stopped by the Sejuani ultimate. Can't cleanly get onto the players he wanted to. Now Atakan's gone over. The fight went so long that Shaya got back into the play, and LGD will be able to push in for an inner turret. And LGD get themselves out of Khan. A turret. They'll get themselves ahead of the game, and Ultra Prime, they've thrown us such a good position.
Uh-oh, I think YCX is now dead. Nice interrupt there. Junhao will not burn any additional cooldowns. They'll bring down the Karma. Nice little moment there. Of course, that does mean there's a member dead coming into what could be a really important soul point fight now for LGD. They're very late on their resets here. They just picked up a tier 2, so it's worth that.
DGM going down towards that bot side, trying to get some kind of push across the map. Did use the teleport to do so. Other side, Sassy going to do exactly the same thing. 1,000 gold ahead on the Udyr. He's doing a decent job, actually, running people down. It's 1,000 gold ahead being a significant tank. Dragon has spawned, of course, teleporting now. And now Sassy, he's got to prove that he's still pretty tanky as the tank. Takes a little bit of damage. Wacko's starting to get some damage down into the Dragon.
Prime are the ones in command here. Actually, you'll notice Shaya is not there. He's shoving for the tier 2. They're saying, we can afford to give this up. Let's try and play for some turret pressure here. Over the wall goes XQW. Threatens a little bit at the back end there. Gets a decent chunk. This mid tier 2 will likely fall, courtesy of the Caitlyn. Gone to the trap. Saber goes golden and avoids that glacial prison. Will still be in danger as the plate shield comes on through. And Saber is shattered. Other side, the Pop Blossom comes on down, looking for a re-engage, as they will look to find one. Nico is traded. All out goes Yijang, as SQW has his Immortal Shieldbow proc, has unbound his soul, finds a Q3, the Mortal Steel, the Permafrost, the ace in the hole! And Wacko will wacko his way into Inky Blinky, and perhaps a bit of grey screen Dinky.
If Inky Blinky are there, who's Steve? LGD will walk in towards the Nexus with 3 grubs and a Caitlyn. It is all on Junhao to somehow wave clear. This should be the end of the game.
As they will at least get the Karma at the back end of this orb. That
Clyde. God damn it, it's Clyde, not Steve. How did I forget?
Oh, Clive is the Final Fantasy 16 protagonist. Ben Starr voices him in.
Even you got it wrong. It's Clyde, not Clive.
Oh, no!
Somehow we will never find out the name of the 4th ghost in Pac-Man, as Wacko will actually come back alive again.
Really Balthasar, demon of the Thelid realm of Asmodeus or something.
You know, I put up that LPL Group Ascend head-to-head graphic the other day, and I did speed dial Beelzebub, so it is very much within the same realm of thought.
We could... I went for an Inky reference, I just didn't get it right for the record.
Yeah, so it's Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde.
Yeah.
Those are the 4 ghosts in Pac-Man, by the way.
Yeah, I just went for grey screen something. I just couldn't find it with an Inky reference on the back of it, so it was wrong. What can I say? Sometimes you say nonsense words.
Yeah, and you can even make a career out of them sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
How's that going for you?
Currently all right.
As the ult did come through to finish up that play. I mean, Zhonya's versus this team for Victor feels kind of crap, by the way. Like,
yeah.
Zhonya's in front of a Caitlyn, puts a trap. Victor, the Ono just channels an ult onto you. You die.
I want more.
It doesn't feel that good having the Zhonyas in this team, gotta say. It does help you against the Yone ult on its own, but Saber will need to use it better than that next time.
Sassy on one side there. Gets rooted up briefly. We pull away just briefly here. Yone on that top lane shove. It's 2.5 items himself. It does feel like LGD have turned the corner here a bit in terms of their damage and their ability to manage this front line in particular. Junk needs to be a little bit aware. And this Caitlyn has picked up a lot of turrets, a lot of kills, and is, 4-0-2, having been 0-0-0 for a lot of this game, is now nearly at a 3rd item.
Yeah, and has a build which doesn't have that 2-item trough, has that Yuntal Infinity Edge that does actually have a really good amount of damage. Hang on a second, flip back. Junhao's on the flank, has Flash and the Cyclone. The Sassy's blocking them off.
Flash on forwards, there is, but Shari will just flash away in turn. The Inspire comes down on top, and the Pop Blossom on everyone! Gives Wacko an opportunity to go on in, but they have the damage, I just don't quite know. XQW on the other side blows up Wacko again. They have killed the Caitlyn Karma, but there's still a Fate Seal to work with. Saber goes golden, knocks out that Yone with the all-out, does what Yijin and gets a lot of value. That Pop Blossom combo was more than enough in the end, and that means Baron is up. And Ultra Prime can head towards it.
Junhao and Xiaoxia may have just saved the game. They are down a Nexus turret. LGD should have been walking away with this game, but the Flash Cyclone, the Flash Pop Blossom make the difference, and it's going to be a 4-man Baron for Ultra Prime, maybe even more than that if they can wait till the Wacko's back alive. They don't actually have that much DPS on the Baron, though, and that could be a problem.
Only down to 7,000 HP, and they're getting really low. It's 26 minutes. It's only been spawned a minute or so. Xiaosh is forced out of the pit. Into the back goes Sassy. They're going to get a redemption heal onto the Udyr, who can keep people dying. Saber's nearly gone. He's ended up tanking too much Baron damage and will now start to fall. The health bar just below. They're going to teleport in. That's XUW coming on in alongside YCX. Baron taken in the back of the pit. They are stuck. Junhao in danger. Blast Cone to try and keep to safety. At some point, XUW will need to rebind his soul. Can't quite get Yujin, but the ace in the hole brings the Cassante down at least.
Turns out not having the Kai'Sa there means the Baron is very, very slow. Go back to the play in the mid lane. Junhao gets the flash Nimbus Strike Cyclone into the back line, which forces a lot of defensive tools, and it's a 4-man Pop Blossom. Sassy is trying to stop the follow-up, but just can't do it against the tanky Victor. This is the bonus to the Victor. Udyr's attacking you. I don't care. Goes for the Zhonya's afterwards, keeps himself alive, waits for another round of cooldown. Sadly, Wacko can't keep himself alive in the same way. They don't build a Rod of Ages, they don't. Means that Victor does at least manage to tell the tale, and they do just about get away with the Baron onto 4 people.
And on to the Dragon we go. 3 items secured for this Yone, and they'll still get a soul point here, and the Baron not going to get that much value as yet, because obviously it was a very dicey extraction from the pit. Did get out with pretty much everyone, which was impressive considering where that looked like it might go at the end of it all. Sassy really nearly did just 1v4 them at the Baron there. It's still a decent spot for LGD, even if the gold, down 800, is there in favour of Ultra Prime. They need to get a lot of value out of this Baron, or I think it's still going to be a tricky game state.
They don't have any of those grubs to push in themselves, whereas LGD, they do have double pushing sidelines. You only will take an inner turret for inner turret. That's fine, given that you're against the Baron buff. You expect to trade down. You just try and mitigate that as much as possible. Something that we've seen over the last few years more and more, really. You don't have to just slowly bleed out in one lane. You can trade a bit heavier on other sides. That's an ult away from XQW, actually. Wanted to get out of vision.
Saber. Does he want to reset here? Yes, he does.
He does. He just used the ult. If he had ult, I think he could... Well, even then there's the Zhonya's and Saber. I actually don't know if Yone wins the 1v1 cleanly versus the Yasuo, not the Yasuo, versus the Victor anymore.
My other issue is you're looking at a Kai'Sa who can start at this point, ulting him from quite a long way away. So will it ever actually be a 1v1 for long? Especially if the Kai'Sa's ever off vision. I just don't know. So I can understand a little bit of the wariness to going forwards. Actually gone and bought a QSS here to manage some of the CC. I think that could be quite valuable into things like the gravity field. Gonna look over here. Yigen as a Void Seeker does land onto Nile. Sassy. Got very large shields at this point on the Udyr.
Cool, that's a Karma there too.
I know.
So the Karma shielded at the same time, so it's both of them stacked up together with the Moonstone Renewer. So it's like late game Karma plus the Udyr. Means that there's basically an extra half a HP bar to get through. Plus also, by the way, all of them buffed up by 6% because they have a Chemtech Dragon in there too. Heal and shield power. It's a hell of a thing from Dragons, isn't it?
It's not bad with a Karma and an Udyr on your lineup. Hell, even the Spirit Cleave doesn't hate that. That buff was just taken there by Ultra Prime. 3 minutes until Soul potentially for LGD. Baron has now timed out, and we go again.
We do. So, Ultra Prime had some clutch moments, had some anti-clutch moments. This is kind of what I watch these teams for. You know, LGD Ultra Prime, they're not our cleanest at hang on a problem. I was wondering whether there was follow-up to be had there, but no follow-up. It was just a clone of Nico, because for some reason it can last for that long while Nico's on the other side of the map. But this is why I watch these teams for, because they're teams which do have, you know, the upper level of excitement where they do find that crazy engage. They will also put themselves into positions where they need to find that crazy engage, but I'm here for both sides of that coin.
It is currently in the air. We'll see which side it lands down on, and this isn't whatever that anime was with the very distinctive aesthetic where they managed to get the coin landing in a crack in the
no game, no life, Sam.
That's
no game,
one.
no life.
Had a really good opening theme. Wonderful piano.
It did. That show was very, very hyped. It was fun.
Did we ever get a second season?
No, no, they never got around to that.
I wonder why.
Sam, the decisions which anime studios make are often very strange.
Beyond mortal ken.
Yep. Yep.
Or Barbie.
Yeah, crazy. I know. She could be anything but a second anime season. Junho actually didn't spot out this one. That's the problem. This is the one. Well, hang on. This is one pick which he didn't do. The root goes onto him, but gets onto Xiaoya. Here comes Kaiser.
Crystal Prison was on the clone. It was on the wrong person. Xiaoya gets eviscerated. Wonderful combo there from Junho to threaten.
Wacko flying in. That was insane. Getting such a clutch assassination onto Xiaoya. When good things come to Ultra Prime, they often come through Junho. This guy is so important to Ultra Prime.
Finds a really important engage, and Nayo, the flash blown, the glacial prison on a clone. That's a bit rough to see. Inhibitor now broken. They're not going to get that much more as yet, but there's 50 seconds or so on both Baron and Mountain. Dragon specifically spawning. There's not just a random mountain that will turn up on the rift. That would be a cool addition, but no.
Problem now, no flash for Junho. Makes it much harder to hang on a second. Has to clone over the wall. He's going to be fine. I was wondering what the cooldown was of that. Didn't quite track that. Junho, very far ahead. Loads of damage. 3-item Wukong. But he won't have his flash for the next play. This starts with Junho being on vision. YCX flashes forward to get that point-and-click roots onto him, but he can't quite get it in time. That's why the root goes onto the Wukong as well. Because it's like, oh, I thought that you'd normally see the tether attached to the to the Wukong. Maybe that ended up just messing with the instinct of Nio a little bit. Couldn't save their AD carry. So, Xiaoya no ghost. Does have flash, though, for the next play. Dragon up in 10 seconds. The LGD do have control of the Dragon area.
They do, and this is sold for them if they can secure it. If started up right now, SQW and Xiaoya trying to burn this one down very fast. Sassy and the rest of the squad doing their best to turn this around. Down to 4k HP. Might well come down to a flip. Sassy does enough to keep Egen and the rest of the co. Oh! That fate sealed might be exactly what its name says on the tin. Finds the Kaiser, brings everyone else low. Eugen in a 1v1 with the Karma, and he's just not doing enough work. Sassy continues to stampede forwards and look for some more work. A kill on the Kaiser. Mountain Soul secure. Baron up. LGD find their own miracle engage.
Wacko doesn't flash the Urnale, and XQW once again finds the Kaiser. Wacko had some awesome moments, also had some tragic ones too. Ultra Prime, they have had a hell of a lot of good fights, but it hasn't come with dragons attached to them. LGD have had those instead. Baron will go down, Soul to LGD. They will probably be walking towards the Nexus without much of a worry this time.
Teleport available from Sassy, who immediately comes back on in. Has bearing I think it's Aegis of the Legion is the name of that shield. Took me a second to remember exactly what the component was called. Sassy once again throws out that Wingborne Storm and reactivate to throw it at people. Just trying to play as much frontline as he can. Keep this wave alive in the middle. XQW rebinds the Soul. Threaten that inhibitor in mid lane down to about 10% HP.
God, how many shields has this Udyr got? Sassy is a late game Udyr menace now. Typically was an early game tank, but this one with the Finlord, with everything, is so goddamn tanky with the Karma on top of it too.
How many hits? Iron Mantle button. Gets very tanky indeed. Steps on forward. Sassy with a lot of the CC. The Blazing Stampede comes on through. Spirit Cleave comes across. As well as XQW begins to threaten in the front line. Inhibitors down in top, in mid. Look to shove onto Nexus turrets again. Remember, they already claimed one earlier. So that one on the right is only half the turret it once was.
Where's the Cyclone? Where is that Cyclone? That's the only thing which can save Ultra Prime. It's got to give Wacko away into the backline. One turret goes down.
Xiaoya looking for potential engagement. Pop-Up doesn't have the flash. All out they go. Trying to find an angle. The Cyclone isn't enough. Fate sealed afterwards onto the backside. XQW doing his best to stay alive. Does go down. Saber gets it. Turning it around now as they're trying to get something more permafrost with the Eugen, who began to hop away with the footwork. Flash on forward from Xiaoya. Can't quite secure the kill as they're still continuing to train on out. Saber has gone golem, but it'll be sound a trap. And he's rat splatted. And they'll turn towards the Nexus. Ultra Prime, a valiant effort in this game. They'll even end it up in kills. It will not matter. It will not change anything. LGD win the series 2-1.
And LGD will finish off with a pentakill for Xiaoya at the Nexus. Caitlyn taking names, booking them into the penitentiary. As LGD will have a shot at playoffs through group number.
A lot of work, especially if the Globals are trying to play around the fact they don't have Prio. Nami locked. All right. We know exactly how TT wants to play. Hit one item, skirmish. Get mid lane controls. Use that to set up for your Ahri and Rumble and Shinzao to help make plays with the Lucian Nami. If the mid lane control goes wrong, it gets tricky. Weibo, with that Pantheon Talia, can mess with that attempt quite heavily. It's very easy to respond on good timers with the globals. Mid lane control will be the aim of the game, both early and, of course, into the mid stages, once the Lucian Nami are rotated there. This is going to be a fun one. Fun drafts already. Squishes, especially with some of those Nirvana teams looking to potentially snipe their place in playoffs. We'd see an uptick in form. They pull it off here. Let's let the crowds here. Early crash down over the wall, but on vision. Passionate crowd today. You love to hear it. K-Sante is back, baby. He did leave for a little while. He's coming back a bit. I don't know how successful it will be bringing back K-Sante. But hey, here we are. I do think he gets a lot less value now that lane swaps have disappeared. And he has been hit by a lot of nerfs. The LPL is a nightmare to predict, but it should be. I would imagine Weibo Gaming taking care of business. TT have really struggled. Maybe TT get a game. But again, 2-11 is not a pretty scoreline, and they lost their star jungler. Basically, if 1xN and Feather don't go play like absolute psychos in the bot lane, they just lose the game. Oh, nice work, Duo. Off to the gym. Enjoy your gym trip. We'll see you soon. There's a lot of gameplay today, so there will be more when you return, I have no doubt. Feather heals, trying to avoid the mount up. Level 2 was hit by the bot side of Weibo Gaming first. Level 2 now back in favor. Light gone for the Hail of Arrows. Try and get a little bit more burst trade, a little less about the poke. And try and match up that Lucian Nami damage. Weibo Gaming can win or lose against any team. Exactly. Who the hell knows what's happening with this team at any given moment? Alright, gonna get engaged on. Jumping on forwards again, a little bit more damage here now. Looking to trend threat to Hangren as they do get the 3 times strike knock-off, and TT get another kill. Good sequence here in this early game. Lucian gets a kill. Ahri gets a kill. Important stuff. Well, there goes the damage. TT with a really good start to this game. Much better than I necessarily expected, but it's what you want before the globals come online as well. Getting some good kills in important part of the setup with another good charm on a Xiaohu. Just get a seismic shove back. Bot side, big chunk onto light. Again, you're running with the Rel here. That's fine for the all-ins. But you are, in the end, into a double range match. Bot side will end up getting shoved out. Weibo still considered to be consistently inconsistent. It never changes. TN, gonna look potentially a little invade here. Grubs. Minute 20. Early Dragon was taken by TT after all of the shenanigans bot side. And mid, I suppose. A decent chunk there. Oh yeah. Puts a bit of burn down. Has just calmed down a little bit after the early action. TP in for the grubs. Want to fight over this. Another one picked up. Now TT going for the engage. Going to crash down. However, the equalizer comes on down. Culling interrupted. 1x doesn't get the value he was hoping for. Light look at the chains of corruption. They do land onto 1x who cleanses. Set up looking for an angle onto Xiaohu. Set up the very low. Hoya looking to burn people down. Bree getting thrown to the wolves over here. Or the Ardent Blaze comes in at 1x. Still got the flash to work with. So does Shao Hungren, who went looking for that Talon's right knockup. Couldn't quite do it. Does find the mount up. Hoya flashing on forwards. Gets the burn. Wind becomes lightning. Shao turns up with the Weaver's Wall. It's an absolute kerfuffle up here. Still got to fire. Shao who flashes away. What a mess. 4 kills in the end for Weibo Gaming. Just a 2 of TT. So many flashes burned. It got really messy. In comes the Grand Star form. Setup will land the charm. There's a flash on TM. So that probably means that setup is dead to rights. Flash away. Still a flash on TN. He won't need to blow it. Another kill towards Weibo Gaming's jungler. 2-1 and 3. This Pantheon now very scary indeed. 1xn in the end couldn't quite get the value he was hoping for. Hoya nearly gets multiple people here. It's actually a really good follow-up. Seta burned his ult earlier in this play, trying to trade out with Xiaohu and failing it a little bit. Might also ends up getting a couple kills out of that. Really helps even. That would have been a really tricky start to that. Gold now back to even. One grub back. Two grubs back, actually, is Tien to get the smite on that second one as well. Potentially looking down bot side. Wind becomes lightning onto light. Tidal wave used. Goes very wide. Splits the uprights. Weaver's Wall comes on down. Hex Flash. 1xn dashes away with the Ardent Blade. Gentle Corruption lands on down. That's still going to be Xiaohu and left split up. TPing on in. And now Breathe can look for an angle. Being sped up. 1xn dashes away. Can still be all outed here as Feather looking to speed up the Aqua Prison land. Set up looking for a bit of chunk. Misses the Orb of Deception. Hoya's going to be let. Split push top side. Xiaohu will teleport towards that top lane to counter that a little bit. Second plate will come on down. So Hoya does get that value as Breathe TPs in to make it that 4v5. Xiaohu was the price though. So in the end, solid little play from Weibo Gaming. Malignant's picked up for the Ahri alongside the Dark Seal, looking to try and snowball best they can there. Xiaohu's dropped a lot of farm here to make a lot of these plays, worth noting. Whether that'll mean anything in the grand scheme, I do not know. But worth noting. So, where are we up the next little phase of the game? A question for the ages. Probably is going to be Herald, one has to imagine. Maybe a play for one of these turrets. Breathe could potentially go all out here on setup. Lands the charm. Will be a Q3 available. Gets pulled back. He's going to get dragged all out. Setup, I suspect, will be forced to ult. Ends up being an ult for ult. Xan's just yelling a lot right now. Slower again over the last few stages. Thunder Talk, really good start to this game, wasn't it? Kill for the Lucian, kill for the Ahri. really close Grubs fight, but they end up misplaying a little bit. Setup wasn't in the play, really. 1xn didn't get value out of the culling. Light managed to stay largely safe, and Xiao Huangran wasn't able to frontline the way they were hoping for. And this was probably at the strongest point in the game. They are about there now. One item. Level 11 on setup. It's about as strong as it gets. Looking for the collapse in mid lane with the globals, though. And Feather is eviscerated. Xiao Huangran will flash away. 1xn trying to get some value. Cleanses out the Chains of Corruption. Captain Jacks it. But in comes the global from the Talia. Pantheon was waiting. Hoya will get a shove up top side, but there's the second global. Oh, Hoya's taken turret aggro as well. Oh, no. I think Xiaohu can probably just look to... He's going to try and execute, isn't he? Hang on. Can he execute? It's going to be close. Flash. Yay! Gets the execute, my boy Hoya. Well done. Xiaohu flash for that as well. Well, they're ready for XP at least, but no Eshig rolls. That's why he took the turret aggro. Looking for that execute. Weibo Gaming with the globals, getting some more value, up 1,000 gold now. But they've now burned both their globals. Have still got double TP. Tian running a Xiao Huangran. Is really strong on this Pantheon right now. They earn you though. Hoya shoving that out. Let's have a look at this. I see. Ult over the back of the pit. Already had a ward there, so TT had no idea what was going on. They tried to set up a vision play, but their vision lines weren't good enough. No, it's still off vision. Finally is spotted. 1xn does get to relentless pursuit over the wall. But Feather's left on the other side of it and dies. The thing is, of course, that a lot of these plays that come at the cost of some farm and gold. Breathe keeping even with Hoya. It's a bit frustrating, especially when Hoya's actually been in lane a lot longer. It's not good farming there. I see you. But of course, this Talia has dropped a lot of farm to make these plays happen. It's down about 40 at this point. And that could be significant. It's 1,200 gold over to this Ahri early. Especially you can convert that into a fight is quite scary. Herald now secured. Can you look to use that mid? Set up for this Lucian a bit more. Chains of Corruption land, crash down to 1xn, cleansing, Grand Starfall, 1xn gets enough safety, as Xiao Huangran steps on forward, 3 talents right in the crescent guard, survives the play in mid. Herald now. Still got a Weaver's Wall to watch out for, but the Talia is in lane. So that's not going to happen, setup's not going to turn up as well. They can play for this mid lane shove. They go looking for 1xn's life and fail. He's left badly scarred, but unkilled. Up a fair amount of CS into the Varus as well. You take that. Of course, the Varus still ahead in gold because he's got all those kills. Mid lane turret going, though. Makes it a lot harder to play safe in the mid lane. You do still have double global plus double TP to try and respond to plays. Top side. Equalizer went down on the wave. Hoya's able to pick it up. Worth noting that. Xiao trying to play for that lane state. Setup farming very well on this Ahri. Well ahead of the 10 CS a minute curve here. On XM, playing for the mid lane. Gets a decent amount of shove. Jump on forward onto Era. Good chunk. Good chunk. Still not enough, and the gold lead is there for Weibo Gaming. Not massively so. They've got the second dragon. Setup might be in danger here. Maybe forced to ult. Jumps on forward. Jets to try and get over the Unraveled Earth. Flash, ult away, stays alive. Did have to burn the flash. Did have to burn the ult. Will not be here in mid lane as he has to reset. Can look to TP back on in. Ult from Talia burned. About it, really, from Weibo Gaming. They can look to play around this mid lane wave. Wind becomes lightning onto the wave. 1xN trying to stay back. There's a Crescent Guard available. Gets pulled back. Tries to dash away to safety. Ignite, not enough to bring down the Shins out, but the turret still falls. Good pressure play from Weibo Gaming. TT really unable to use what should be this very powerful spike from them. They need to start snowballing sooner. I think Weibo Gaming are going to start getting more and more problematic to manage. Have we seen one Lucian play mid lane? Not really. Good defensive play, sure. But aggressive, proactive play? Not really. And that is an issue. You know what the rules are with a Lucian. Do you have 1 to 2 items in ultimate? Play for mid lane control. Do you have mid lane control? Look to use it for invades or for kill combos. Flash on in from Era. Here comes the Grand Starfall. TP's now coming on down. 1xN kept in a difficult spot. Doesn't have the flash. Where the hell do you go with this Lucian? Will go down. Teleports and Grand Starfalls and no turret behind. Means that TT are late to the play and punished accordingly. The globals pulled again before mid lane control can be fought for. Rumble. Going towards the other side. They're going to try and take a dragon here at the very least. Atakan about to be picked up by Weibo Gaming. Can they look to try and play potentially for that dragon as well? No, they're actually going to jump on the setup all out, and that Ahri's dead. Just gets soloed. Bit of assist from Era, actually. Not quite sure where from. Maybe a chunk onto Ahri before all this. Either way, tier 2 falls. Shao Huangran will at least pick up the dragon. But it's looking pretty dicey here for Thunder Talk. Let's have a look again. So Era, off vision, goes crashing on down. Shao Huangran was around, but it's really well timed with the Grand Starfall. Feather run down by Tien. Flashes out to safety. 1xN. He's got Breathe and Xiaohu waiting from the other side. There's like 5 members around him and the rest of his team is running away. Nothing you can do there, aside from not be there in the first place. But with the Ahri and the Nami and the Xin Zhao around you on the same screen even, you'd think you'd be able to play that out. As, yeah, court resetting. Does he get interrupted again? He does. That's how Era got involved. Oh, dear. Tien might now be in danger. Gets knocked up. Each shot came on through. Shao Huangran is now in so much danger. Doesn't have a Crescent Guard to work with. Pulled back by the Interrobo strike. The 3 talent strikes are good. The equalizer solid. But the damage just isn't there. It's a culling and 1xN doesn't want to pull it. Get some flashes, but again, the full combo just isn't very threatening right now from TT. They haven't snowballed. It's melted. They've got water. It's just hydrating Weibo Gaming. So. So, let's talk Weibo Gaming, shall we? We've done a lot of TT in their woes, but Weibo have actually played outside of those first 4 minutes where things got a bit dicey. A pretty damn good game. You got to play with their map state. Xiao Rong, when it's gone forward, trying to pick up Ero, who doesn't die. The tidal wave is shy. West Center looking for the flank angle, can't find it. Now split off. The equalizer is not good. Setup still got an ult. Tries to find a charm. Flash for the Comet Spear. Oh, TT. The crying face emoji feeling a little apt right now, isn't it? Well, then comes the Grand Starfall. Knocked back onto Hoya, who's just dead. TT now on a flank. I'll go see him once again. Goes shield falling forwards. Feather is just not tanky. Tries to heal themselves up, but Tidecaller's blessing means very little in the face of a lot of rocks. Xiao Rang will at least pick up Era there. Actually, this might not be a bad moment as TM. A little low. Baron was started, but a single kill does not necessarily a game turnaround make. It's 1xM was already picked it up. Small mercies. Can't take the Baron. Alright, there we go. Damage about to be done. Dragon secured. Equalizer comes on down. Demolishes him. Weibo Gaming at this point. Does feel like just dotting your I's and crossing your T's. Pantheon alone is 2 levels up. We've seen this a bit when Pantheons get ahead of curve. They really stay ahead of curve. So, Baron again, a consideration for Weibo Gaming. They tried it the last time and didn't get quite what they were looking for. Lucian, 3.5 items. Ari's got a Banshee spell, a little harder to pick off now. Sorry, the Verdant Barrier. So the Banshee's Veil active. Active's the wrong term, you know what I mean? The thing that gives you the shield. Passive? I guess it's a passive. In that you do not have to hit a button for it to be active. Xiaofang will get jumped on though. Weaver's Wall comes on down. Maybe forced to Crescent Strike. Audacious Charge away. We're looking for an angle. The Tidal Wave did come on through. Setab looking for an angle. Gets Light's own Veil from the Edge of Night. Looking for an Orb of Deception. Won't quite find it. Lies! Deceit! Everywhere, more lies. Saw Guerrero would hate Ari. This series, such formality. It does unfortunately feel that way a little bit. Okay, Lucius has picked up a Serpent's Fang. Try and manage some of the shields here. I can see it. Seraphs and Lockets and Cassante footwork. Means there's no real defensive tools on this Lucian. Still not finished tier 2 boots. In comes the Grand Starfall. Feather being jumped on. Goes all out into one extended flash. Still waiting trying to buy some time. Gonna find that lock back, lock down with the Magnet Storm. The arrow came flying after and the Lucian dies again. How has it happened this way? TT. The global pressure has been too much. Tien and Xiaohu have been way too much on the collapses. Breathe on this Cassante. Folks, I think Cassante might be back. Amber said it might be a formality in chat. I'm worried it might be, guys. 9,000 gold, and after the first 4 minutes, Thunder Talk have had very little to say about the game. Weibo Gaming will double tap. Thunder Talk in the head in game 1. Another seismic shot. That was unassisted, by the way. 1 and 4 on the Ari after getting a 1,200 gold lead. You have to be better than that. When your Rumble's even in gold with a Cassante. Should be fight for priority. That's the angle. Karma was in first series. That's the reason it can be picked. I was getting, why didn't we see Karma already today? We did. But that was way back in the last series between LGD and Ultra Prime. There's the Renata we were wondering about. Okay, so, Weibo Gaming. Pressure through the Callista. Use your Neferi and Galio to follow up with that. You can do the same topside with the Ambessa. Either way, you're okay with it. On the other side, TT, it is Global plus Vi to try and set up for a Yorick split push win-com. Rise on the other side, also a pretty good split push option. In fairness, Weibo Gaming won't win those side lanes, really. Ambessa can manage a Yorick, but you're not going to win that one. Not really in the same way. You're much more about joining up for the fights. Ezreal Karma...
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Caffeine successfully acquired. I hope to get previous, yeah, the next series later. Yeah. I hope the TT gets Grievous sooner rather than later. I now get what you were saying, Dr. Gratz. That makes sense. Yes, I somewhat agree. They are going to need to manage some of that lifesteal. Because again, Ambessa gets Omnivamp from her ult. The Fury gets it from her Q. Kalista will be building a lot of it. Who even builds it probably this game? Karma might, in fairness. Can probably justify an Oblivion Orb. Then again, that means you're mantra queuing in teamfights, which kind of sucks. The reason why there's so many Yoriks. So, actually, this is a good question. So the reason is Yorick got a rework. There's a really good video from Freak breaking down why they did what they did and what the aims were. Because it is actually quite complicated as the change. And it was like done with the Council of Yoriks, as it was dubbed. Which is a load of very long time Yorick mates who were really weighing in, explaining what the issues were and where things were at and where they were happy to see some power disappear and where it could come back in. And the long and short of it is it's a lot easier to hit ghouls up. You are less binary in terms of being a stat check, and you do actually have a little bit more team fight presence. Good taunt onto setup, gets hit by the Dark Daggers Eviscerate after bleeds not quite enough. Ends up getting rooted under turret, but it's the dogs that end up tanking a lot of that at the end of it all. Is this game 2? Yes, it is. For those who don't know, you can see up here 1-0 to Weibo, as there's no pips over there for the side of TT. But yeah, basically the long and short is Yorick got a rework. It's really helped him out in terms of his ability to do more than just be a late game split push menace. He is still that, but the reworks really helped him. On top of that, we've seen a lot of globals come into the game via Pantheon, Talia, Galio. Shen's come back in after a bit of change to his ult, and basically means Yorick plus a global means you can jump to the Yorick when he's in a 1v2 and look to play it out. He's also got some really good items right now. Shojin, Hullbreaker, all pretty good. Healed, pop bot on both sides. Out of flashed on forwards! Solo kill! Room Prison and an Overload with some Spell Flux. Magic damage shield be damned. Galio broken in the mid lane. But that's reasonably for the Yorick. Bot side looking to punish again. Weibo in danger. Ura flashes away. There's the bailout. Means nothing. And he'll get another kill. TT, another early game. Another set of good kills. Mid game's been problematic for them. The early games, both games in a row, have been pretty okay. Some good plays from them. Was that a Genji sticker and a TN and Shahu for MSI? Wow. I'm not going to get baited by this pulse up. Yeah, no, I can agree with that. This is silly, though. How on earth does Shahu... He's still got the spell flux on him. So it's a free room prison. Nice from setup. He's always been sold in the 1v1s. It's the side laning. Some of the team fighting we've often had a bit more issue with. I like playing Yorkman. I was going to say he might benefit from Thornmail this game. Yeah. A lot of AD threats. The only AP is the Galio. So Thornmail into lots of healers and AD stackers feels really good. So I actually really agree with that. Thornmail second from the Yorick is probably really good here. Oh, bloody hell, Shao, who's got a flash. Relentless Force gets popped through the wave and tags him as well. Get out alive this time, at least. We don't like the Weibo draft. Feels like no engage at all. Kalista and Ada is more than you think. And then basically your other way is basically... Tien goes in with his R, and Galio joins afterwards with his own ult. And that's heads up for breathe. So you do have more than you think, but your your engage is quite combo reliant, right? It is Kalista ulting Renata in, who then Renata gets to ult, and then Galio gets to follow up, or it's Tien on the Neferi pressing R that brings a Galio ult in on top of them, that brings a Ambessa ult in on top of them. You are very combo reliant for your engage. It's not a throwaway ult from a Leona or something. So I'm not sure I entirely agree there. Though I grant you it's not as straightforward as it is in some other points, but I think the combo itself is quite potent. But being behind 1,000 gold early does kind of suck. Breathe, trying to take out the maiden best he can. Waiting for another cunning swipe and sundering slam, I suspect, to chunk it out. Prefer blue or red side so far? Weibo, I think they're a better team. But actually, it's been a really good early game from TT. Kill donated to 1xN. Kalista Renata losing lane. Uh-oh. Tien being attacked on the other side as he looks to cow cross map here. We have seen an issue with LPL teams just not be very good in 2v3 scenarios. I grant you, your Kalista Renata, you do want to play aggro, but now 2 kills over, down 15 CS. That's rough. That's really rough. It's even like you got a camp lead on Tien for it. It's a blue buff still, it's about it. She want to get grubs on spawn here, but I think with Vi resetting and here with level 6, this can get interesting. And does clear through grubs pretty fast with the bleeds. Overcomes Era, does not have level 6. Flash goes wide, but there's still the roots. Inspire is in, shielded around taunt, turning it around. Xiao Huangren will still have the ability to season as a setup. Has Realm Warp forwards, heal for the speed up, allows the Vault Breaker. It wasn't the Realm Warp, it was the teleport. Tien now in danger, goes targetable with the W. Call of the pack, gets him some safety and eviscerates over the wall. TT looking a lot more impressive here this game. Using the globals and the Vi really well so far. Breathe now in danger, going to be forced into the Dark Procession. Can't get over the wall, but can attack it. Set up, debating flashing. Gets the spell flux and forces the flash from Breathe. Feats are done in terms of the martial might. Tien turns up to at least claim one of these grubs. Make that 2, I apologize, because you get the first one. Coming over to taunt. This will be a 2v3. Wait, there's Era off to the side. 1xN turns up. Topside breathes in danger in a 2v1 of his own. Can't publicly execute anyone. Flash away from Xiao Huangren. As the Renata ult hits no one. Tien now in danger, but will be able to eviscerate over the wall. Has a blast cone. Out to safety. Breaks a tether, but 1xN now given free reign to Arcane Shift. Spell Flux. Forwards. Essence Flux, I apologize. Spell Flux is right. The thing is, the draft should be even, but a disrespect in mid lane has given Xiaohu an early kill. Tien trying to play for farm has been fine, but it's meant the bot side has been ganked a lot, especially as the Rise has gotten a lot of priority mid, and there's been no response, and has died multiple times in a way it shouldn't have happened. And again, has been known to be pickable, shall we say. It's top side, yeah, the Rise was waiting. Great play from setup so far, honestly. Just Weibo being Weibo. There is a bit of that, isn't there? Yeah. So. TT onto Dragon. That'll be second Dragon. Weibo looking to potentially play elsewhere on the map. Stabilize a bit. Need to. Zero Pug, let's go! It's true. Good to see you, Leo. Otherwise known as Lion Man. I recognize you. So.
和平。
Shahu. Top side with the rest of Weibo. That's finally quieted down. And TT. Better start than last game. They had a decent start last game. The problem is from this point, things started really falling apart. At least they didn't have the grub fight disaster. The first items are starting to come on through for Weibo Gaming. See what they can do. So, mid lane priority. TT flash for flash there. It went looking. Feather now looking for the tether. Focused resolve, I believe, was the one used there. 1xm feeling empowered to arcane shift forwards. Handshake onto Xiaofeng Ren. Light chunked out. No way TT is going to beat Weibo. It's a good start. Tian is just going to die. Xiaohu is yet to pull a hero's entrance, by the way. And that's first turret as well. That'll be feats of strength. Weibo, what's going on? TT just sort of walking around the map. And going out, the person looks a bit lonely. And jumping on them. They're in our bot. Public execution. Into the hostile takeover. Hoya attacks his own maiden. Still has flash. Don't think it's going to be worth saving him. Ooh, hang on. Gets a little bit dicey there. The maiden will finally fall. Not quite enough damage to the last rights yet. First kill on the ball for Weibo Gaming. Goes, of course it does, to the Renata. That's disappointing. Ooh, Herald taken. Nice work. A little bit of a steal there from TN. Handshake wide. Minute till Dragon. Soul point for TT. They are up 3,000 gold. Significant amount at this point in the game. Most of it's in mid lane. 40 CS lead, 3 kills. Xiaohu yet to ult. Yikes. Weibo still be Weibo, I guess. Some things never change. Do Weibo want to contest around this dragon? That'll be our next point of contention. Feather and 1xn there, clearing up vision already. There we go. Nice steal. Just well done. So, Dragon started, TT there. Tien is around, but he's leaving. They're giving it up. They are, aren't they? We've got Herald somewhere. Pulling back away from this. Got chunked out by a Soul Flare. Ow. Dragon wasn't taken. Interesting. Too much to have a potential Herald drop mid. Not sure about that. I feel like TT could have forced out a bit harder. Maybe a bit wary. So, Dragon started, this time by Weibo, Xiaohuangren. Down to about half. Our little Lego man doing his best here. Vault Breaker charged, up away, True Shot Barrage. Doesn't hit anyone. Light in danger, being run at, needs to hop over the Dark Possession and does so. He's not a Dragon though. Still got all of these ults to work with. Rune Prison onto Arrow, heals. Handshake on the Xiaohuangren, they're turning around. And Bassett ult comes on through with that public execution. Ura survives. On the other side, though, they've blown up the Galio. Out the back of the pit, will not get them out to safety. Setup does get over the wall. Breathe now in danger. Ura now comes back out of that Fate's Call. Congratulations, you got the Dragon and everyone else is dead. Where's Ura even going to go? Can 1xN get the kill here? Q picks it up. That'll be his fourth. 404. Weibo Gaming not found. You got the Dragon. You got the initial kill. And then what? You've not used your early game. And Horizon and Ezreal are at 2 items. You're at 1 with a Callista. What has happened? What has happened? Setup might now be in danger. It's still a 2-level advantage. Hero's entrance on that. Oh no. This is looking, and I hate to say it, doomed for Weibo Gaming. Let's have a look again. So initially, Light gets jumped on by Hoya, but he gets to hop away to safety. And then they're going to find a bit of an engage here. Xiaohu will step forwards in a second or two with Breathe. As Ura gets hit by the Rune Prison, they get a handshake and they go, cool, we can blow up the jungler. Great. Goes to the backside, hostile takeover, comes across. The problem is, Setup is still Rune Prisoning absolutely everyone. This Rise is such a problem. You blew up the jungler, but not the damage. Galio is down over 50 CS. Herald summoned by Raptor Pit because it's about to time out. Whew, boy. Yorick's now becoming more of a threat as well. Herald doesn't even get a charge. Oh, no worries, Kites. If you want to try and find us on YouTube, you can try that one too. I'm sorry it's a bit of a... I'm sorry that the stream's being unhappy for you. Atakan now up. So, at this point, TT, for any other team, this would be a done deal. 1xN, very strong. Rise, very strong. Both up multiple thousands of gold versus their opposite numbers. Kalista is still stuck at 1 item. Try and jump onto Hoya here, attacking the side lane. Attack the Yorick with globals. TP now coming in on the other side. Can they kill this Yorick off in time? Should do so. Gives a reset available. Now in danger. Fate's call. Jumping onto Setup, who goes golden. Waiting this one out. Going to try and jump on it. Don't get the knock-up. Perfect execution. Goes well for the Solar Hound's pursuit. Into the taunt. He's dead. Important shutdown. Both solo laners down. Feather trying to run away. Hound's pursuit reset. Feather gets over the wall. Flashes away to safety. Can Weibo turn this into anything else? Maybe a turret bot side. It's the wrong side of the map, unfortunately, for anything like Atakan, but it's already taken, of course, so can't even do that. Important cooldowns burned there. Teleport, flash, and of course the Seekers all burned. Towards Dragon, TT go. Weibo still around here. Soul point secured. Weibo happy enough to have gotten something on that other side. And Bess will be left to shove and get a turret up there. That'll be their second. TT have not managed to threaten in a turret yet. Now might be their attempt. Flash, torn onto Seta. Remember, no Zonyas. He's dead! He's surely dead! Seraph into the backside. 1xN caught mid-ult! Could have finally blow up the Rise. Turned around. They did get Tien in turn. Xiaohu running away. All of the ghouls sent forward. Tien... Sorry, not Tien. Breathe not even there yet. 1xN down the flash. Happy enough with the 1-for-1 and the protection on the turret. You got turret topside. Light and the Xiaohu down summoners, though, can be problematic. But again, Weibo from behind the curve can make some decent plays, important shutdowns and pickups. You take what you can get. Well, there's that attempted engage. Looks good to begin with, and then Seraph shields and Feather pressing E. Nearly get 1x as well, but a flash arcane shift away keeps him alive. And they try to turn this one back around, but can't quite get that reset in time. Hoya being attacked now. Weibo Gaming looking a little bit better. No turret to run to. Hoya flashing away. Can still be in danger though as the shielded round comes on in. There's no global to come and join them. Setup had TP, didn't overjoin. Baron is up. Can they force the play here? Galio going to reset. Has got teleport. Can join. Tien around. Can look to steal. And Bessa no TP. So this would still be a 4v4 at the Baron. Light coming on over. And TT don't force the Baron faster if they're too slow. Steps on fours and face call to try and keep him safe. So it's just a pickup for Weibo. Attack the split push. Xiaohu rough start to this game. But some important mid-game plays now with the rest of the squad. Tier 1 under siege. Xiao Rongwen going to be forced to flash. Turns back around with a cease and desist. Xiao Hu in danger. Goes golden, and they picked up the bite. Turret should fall. Xiao Hu doesn't take aggro. Ults to safety. Not quite far enough. Bailouts on top of him. Will Justice punch away. And that shield was enough to keep him alive from Setup's combo. Can't quite get the tier 1 there, though. TN on vision here. Setup, for all that he's been caught off a couple times, still very scary. We saw. Interrupts the Yorick resetting as 1xN's being interrupted on the other side. No! No, no! Thunder Talk! It's all beginning to fall apart. The individual players can have some wonderful games. But the macro sense, the resets, the positioning, the vision control, it all becomes a lot more fluid, shall we say, in the mid-game. You can't be making mistakes like that. Hoya resets poorly, is picked off. 1xN sticks around too long, resets poorly, is picked off. The gold lead has disappeared. It's back to even. This at best is 3,000 gold ahead of your Yorick. Yeah, there's still an issue in mid lane. Yeah, there is. 3 items to 1.5. However. Right. Baron now a threat, and Weibo Gaming are right back in this, guys. They should never have been in this game. Not after the early game, not after the mid game. And somehow, Thunder Talk on these attack on the tier 2s has failed. Can they make it a Revenge of the Sith, though? Xiao Rong into the backside to pick up her up, but he will die for it. Rune pressing onto Breathe, who hops away. Jungler dead for support. Dragon secured. Weibo caught in the back of the pit. In comes Galio, light hopping around. Doesn't have a bailout to work with. It's ugly stuff in the pit. Breathe needs to run away best he can. The team fight's still tricky. Picks are fine. Breathe to still keep hopping. The ghouls keep hopping after him, and Hoya gets that one. Xiao, who's going to die to 1xN here? Oh, he's face checked him! Can't land the taunt. TN now going to try and find a 1v1 with TN. And I think he gets that one too. It's an ace! Can they end the game? They can! Oh, no! Well, in the Game of Throws, no one wins. You just got to drop it. You sit on a pointy bit of the throne. You impale yourself on your sword throne. It's very uncomfortable and dangerous. Oh, let Weibo Gaming know it was me. Xiao Hangwan dies, and still they win the fight. We're going to game 3, and I don't even know where to go with this. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Yasuo. Okay, you've got an Alistair. You've got a Zyra for knockups. Can really mess with a Gnar later on in a side lane. Can block out things like the curtain call quite well with the wind wall as well. You are going to have to go melee range of a Leona and a gravity field and a, you know, Skarner, which can be a bit unfun. But assuming you've got minions to play with, you can dodge out some of those slower to prime ults and abilities. Fun. I'll give it. Setup is 2-1 and Yasuo in all play. It's a fun one. It's a setup special. See how it actually works. Starting on the Wolves, rapidly clearing. It's been a little while since we've seen. Bit of a play in mid lane, setup. Sweeping blade forwards and out again. Hey Al, what's the Victor versus Yasuo matchup like these days?
If you've got grasp on Victor, it's really hard for Yasuo. Your Q empowered auto goes through the windwalks. It's not a projectile, it's a straight line.
Yeah.
You can block the Q, you can block the E as well. But Victor getting grasp, very lane dominant. You need to be careful about where you approach the lane. Often where you place your gravity field is very important to be in and out. If you want to get into melee range, and you put it directly at your feet, even if he dashes through you, who's often
caught in it, yeah.
Stay in there. Also, if you know you're going to get knocked up, you can put the gravity field at your feet, so he then doesn't want to ult you because he'll be stunned as he comes out of that animation as well. So there's a lot of different match. I did my time in this matchup.
Yeah, so
I did a lot of time in this matchup back in the day.
Do not mess up your gravity field is the key of it.
Your gravity feels pretty good. Obviously, you can't stop the Alistair. It's mainly about getting some good good poke, good ability to push and roam. Breathe might die here though, so you talk about that match.
Ooh, good. Grasping roots. Nicely done from Xiao Huangrun. Finds that one on the other side. Flash away from light. Bit of a turnaround engage as Era does get some value as Eclipses and Aftershocks are traded, but no one dies. Worth noting, of course, though, that Light did blow that flash again. Setup about to face check a Skarner, though, and gets driven into wall and does get to flash. Sweeping blade away.
Oh, he's still dead.
Might well be. Where's the wind wall? Flash for the upheaval. Nowhere to go. Slowed down. Tries to go back to the wave. I appreciate the attempt.
You can see the wind wall was on cooldown as it flicked over to his Perita in the bottom left. It was still about 10 seconds off, so it really wasn't that close, sadly. Xiaohu doesn't even need to blow the flash, so Setup dying early, losing the flash as well. Not a great sign. I gotta grab some stuff from over here. We've got to head off to the LEC.
Do it,
folks. Casting first series of the day. Folks.
Hell yeah.
Catch me over there. And by the way, folks, keep your eye out on the third series of the day in Beijing with JDG. Because Omar, one of our viewers here in the channel, has got a sign in the crowd for us.
It's awesome. So we're going to look out for him.
Keep an eye out for them. Sadly, I'm not going to be on screen to react to it live in front of
We
it.
know. I'll tell you what. If Iris is in the studio, I might ask if she can find him and say, "Hey, if you spot him, do you mind grabbing a picture, please?"
We already have some pictures from him.
That's cool.
But yeah. Anyway, that's a really cool thing, and keep an eye for them. We love each and every one of you in the community. Appreciate your continued support. I'm gonna grab stuff.
Right, Alex is going to be doing things in the background. Mid lane, Xiao Huangrun already got a good gank top. Trying to outpace this Skarner as fast as they can. Zyra trying to do the efficiency thing. Throws out some spines. Breathe nearly at Mega. Was Hoya. Gets a decent chunk there. Of course, Mega was coming on him. Hoya topside. Gurang's like, let him know, Xiao Hongren. That's it. That's it. Bit of split push happening. Doesn't know he's on vision. Get really dicey here. Flash available. Over the wall comes Xiao Hongren. Lands the roots into the Strangle Thorns. And a really nice pickup again topside. This Gnar dead twice now. Down 30 odd CS. Oh, Breathe. Not having a fun time on this Gnar, being attacked very well. Can be quite flippy matchup. If the Gnar just gets to play the lane out, fine. It's very different if he dies early. It just becomes a lot more attackable by the Renekton. And it's the Zyra that's picked up the early gold as well. Get a bit scary. Bot side TN looking to drive on in. Jump onto Feather, who flashes away. The Pulverize in time with that Zenith Blade. TT won a game. Yes, they did. Game 2. Not a solid enough early game from them here. Again, it's been 3 good early games from them. Nymaera Gaming a little bit disrespectful, I think. Some of the plays that can be made. So, Xiao Hongren comes across and starts taking some Raptors. Onto Grubs we go. Hoya, dominance in 3 seconds. I don't think Weibo necessarily want to play this right now. It'd be very difficult to play out. Hey, Lion Man. Weibo Gaming win game 3. You think? Oh, dear, Tien. Into the Strangle Thorns. That's going to be a very dead Skarner. Setup gets the kill with the last breath. Now the Make It Rain comes on through and gets Ura to flash out as well. So Grubs and a kill after Tien fails to flash at Xiao Hongren, who just sidesteps the Impale. TT in a very good spot right now. Hoya is 2 levels up on Breathe as well. Don't get me wrong, the Victor could be a game changer here. We heard Alex talk about the matchup into the Victor. Goodbye, Ura. We might be getting the kill onto Feather, so it ends up being the 1-for-1, but the turret with the Grubs under siege should mean this is the kill, but they're going to pull the curtains on this. So Victor coming in, curtain called. That's a lot of plates coming on forward into the Hextech Storm to hold this alive, but that's giving Setab free reign, potentially shoving a wave mid. Okay, so 1-for-1 in the grand scheme of things. Both AD carries pick up a kill. Have a look at this play. X-Style impact from Tien. Not quite in range. Flash for the Impale. And Xiao Hongren just sidesteps it. Gets the Grasping Roots into the Strangle Thorns before he's stunned up. Oh, wonderful stuff. Well, that's the engage happening. Knock up onto Tien. Brutalizes that one. Another kill over. TT. Another game where they're beginning to roll over the side of Weibo Gaming. Game 1, they fumbled the Grubs fight and then really struggled, but they're looking a lot more organized again. Breathe. Gets into the bush. He's down 1,700 golds. And this is why we saw at Skarner at his power, people try to draft the Zyra into it. You can really punish the Skarner if you're good. An early lead on this Zyra, who really should have a Dark Seal, I'm not going to lie. Could be very nasty. Picks up another dragon. Or picks up a dragon, rather. Brings us to a Chemtech Rift. The tenacity for both of these teams feels pretty good. Weibo Gaming have the scaling right? Yeah, I would argue. Though Zyra, Yasuo, and notoriously pretty good with items. Though it's quite combo reliant. The Victor and the Jhin will get very nasty, consistent damage late setup. We'll have this happen a fair amount as well. Good Q3. Still going to get hit by the Impale into the Arcane Storm. Dashing around best he can. Another Q available. Q Flash will leave Feather in danger. Still got the Unbreakable Will. So Flash blown. Bot side. Turret being attacked. The first turret of the game as Breathe is in danger. Stranglethorns comes on through. Can't quite get the kill. The Plant Burn is enough. Setup and Feather played that escape topside really well. Not enough damage there between a 3-stack Roa Victor and everything else. Yeah, between an Alistar and a Zyra, you've got enough knockups here for the Yasuo to be threatening. And it's less telegraphed than if you draft a Gragas. If you go, okay, the Yasuo now a genuine threat. Setup has no flash this time, though. Ult the Leona at the back of the play. Into the gravity field, though, and the Zenith Blade. Setup's got nowhere to go. Tries to pick up a bit of the wave on the way out. Third time's the charm, baby. Hey, Halo, good to see you. TT haven't been good without base run. That's kind of part of the crazy part, isn't it? And yet, somehow, here we are. Might be beating Weibo, which would be very Weibo, guys. For Weibo, it'd be really frustrating. This should have been their easiest match in the group, I think. Herald's going to be TTs at this point. Not that much to see about that one. TT have had wicked early games, and last game and Weibo game have also looked off. I think that's both. That's fair. I think This is the best game we've seen out of Xiaohu, I think, so far. The rest of the team is struggling. At least Victor now has 2 kills. Can be a legitimate carry threat. Herald now summoned in mid lane. 3,000 gold lead top. 2.5 in jungle. Very scary still, though. Need to get a Shadow Flame on this Zyra, who will do a lot of work into this comp. They don't really want to build magic resist. You're into a Renekton Yasuo misfortune. You want Randuins. You don't want to be forced into managing a Zyra burn. Nice knock-up. Not going to follow it. Dragon's up. Over go TT. 60-odd CS top lane right now for Hoya. And Breathe. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's been attacked a lot. But it is tough when he's this far behind on the Gnar. He's not going to be additional threat, which he kind of needed to be in this comp. So, Zyra gets to back away. XM autos that wave. It's not really been about him this game. He's still up 1,000 gold, and that's good news for the side of TT, going towards that Lord Dominic's regard second, ahead of armor stacking, and the fact that you are going to be into Gnars and Skarnas and Leonas and all people who do build resist, so you do want to be able to cut through them on good order. Renekton not gone for a Black Cleaver, and things gone towards the Stride Breaker. I think into this Gnar in particular, very good at punishing mini Gnar. Gnar finally has a Trinity Force, good for him. Still down at full Shojin. Yeesh. Tien steps forwards, gets the engage onto Feather, who presses R, looking for a potential headbutt. Waiting, bullet time, flash away. 1xN has to cancel his own ult. As a result of the turnaround with the Solar Flare. On the other side, Hoya, threatening Breathe, throws down the Dominus. 2-level advantage there. What did that end up costing? Stranglethorns, Dominus. 4 ults, actually, from TT. Can trade for 2. Not great from them, actually. Don't find what they were looking for. Do get the flash of Tien, so there's that. And the Skarner a lot less threatening at that point. Again, into this comp with the Alistar and the Zyra. Not actually very easy to get onto a very mobile Yasuo, and then the front line of all of the plants and the Alistar pressing R. Not actually that easy for the Skarner to get on top of a key target without flash. So, onto Atakan we go. Thunder Talk on top of it. They've got a Zyra and a Yasuo. This thing will disappear. And it does. Solar Flare wide on Hoya. Breathe will get a tier 1 bot side. That's about as good as it gets. Feather still with the ult. Just coming off cooldown. Down about half before they can look for the play. Throw down a gravity field. They're zoning TT off his mid lane wave relatively well. Breathe should be able to get that shove all the way into the tier 2, which is good. I think TT try to get mid lane and kind of fumble it a bit, actually. Hoy's going to be forced to Dominus. They might lose the tier 2 bot for all of this. Should be able to slice and dice the wave. Does so with the Kolbameek as well. Full wave crash top. That was important for Breathe to at least get something back in the matchup. brings it back to about $2,000. Still a significant difference, but, you know, it could have been a lot worse. A little bit awkward from TT. I think if they just reset initially, they could have just been back there a lot happier than they were. Dragon's up in 50 seconds. That means Weibo need to reset themselves. TT are winning, my guy.
Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent.
That they are.
Truer words in the LPL are rarely ever spoken.
Yeah, Xiao Huangran has gone 3k up on a Zyra.
I can't believe that's a good combo too. It's a mid lane shot.
Yeah.
Losing flash really important because now the next fight, no flash on Victor, flash on Alistair, and that's gonna combo into the Yasuo. That's a problem.
TM won't have flash on the Skarner as well, and he's got to deal with an Alistair and all the Zyra plants and the Stranglethorns and a very mobile Yasuo and even the Renekton. So getting a good impale off is just hard. It's just hard this game, especially without that summoner spell. You're behind the curves. You can't just brute force your way through things. Xiao Huangran has been hanging around that dragon pit to spawn his seeds nice and early. So we look to solo that mid lane. Headbutt pulverize into the last breath, and Ura just gets melted. Feather makes his will unbreakable. Turns out his body follows suit.
I think the comms were there. Tien found himself one of the Mega Blast Cones, thought he could get over the vision line and get into position a little quicker, and they still pull the trigger before the Skarner could really impact that play. See some of the logic, but the execution's not there, and TT, I mean, this should be a winning game state now.
Yeah, and the Hoya as well is 50 CS and 2k ahead of this Gnar that died 3 times in lane. Like, Breathe has not got to play the game, and again, you've now got to deal with a Renekton who's so far ahead he wins that 1v1, and Yasuo notoriously very good into Gnar. Not easy. We've seen the Yasuo attacked a few times, but it took a lot of resources every time to kill the Yasuo, and he's 1 and 2. Not that bad. He's now ahead in gold. And all of that pressure just allowed Xiao Huangran to roam around the map, farm up, make plays elsewhere. Alex is off to the LEC.
Go check, go check in, someone can tag you in the Discord.
I've seen the pictures, yeah.
No. Omar's twin is going to be in our chat.
He is, he's already come to say hello.
Oh, in that case, okay.
He's already here.
Well, hello.
Ding's come to say hello. He's Dinger's bit.
Okay.
There he is.
And guys,
hey, there he is.
How's it going? Good big fight in the mid lane. What the hell's happened to the Skarner? How did they get there?
We were busy talking about people we know in the arena. And all the while, Skarner's had to flash on out again. What did that cost? Some ults. Feathers burned his flash.
Anyway, folks, I'm off. Dingers, welcome to the channel, and hope you enjoy seeing Omar later. And folks, I'll see you around. See me on LEC in just a bit.
Hell yeah.
Bye-bye. And enjoy the rest of the game, sir.
Will do. We might be on track for 9 games, baby.
You should have let me do the first series.
It is what it is. Engage now onto Feather. Pulverized, headed into the water. Prevents Era from getting the shield of Daybreak on someone valuable. Feather survives for now. They just don't have the damage. Hoya now turns up. What'd you burn on that one? Not a lot, just ability cooldowns. Feather is low, will have to reset. And the mid lane turret still stands for Weibo. Soul in 2.5 minutes. Baron's up. Feather got out alive from that play. It's kind of wild. And another one. And another one. Oh, my days. Well, Root onto the Gnar, who's now down towards Mini. Baron secured. Gets interrupted on the ultimate 1xm by the Solar Flare. Hoya brings down Breathe. 1xm will likely die, but that's okay. The rest of the fight is going real wrong. Flash off with Xiao Huangran to get the last auto. Down goes Victor. You killed off the misfortune. But I think her namesake lives on after death. Weibo Gaming. We're not doing much gaming. Takes a little moment to kill down the Skarner, but it's done. Base will surely be broken on this shove. We've got 20 seconds before someone with wave clear is up. It's at least an inhibitor. I don't know whether they want to play for a Nexus turret here as well. Breathe isn't exactly the scariest member, but I think they're just going to say inhibitor is fine. Reset, spend gold, and really turn the screws here. This team... Weibo, why are you always like this? I swear. So, at this point, Xiaohu doesn't really get to play the game, does he? He tried. The Impalers solid the match if they weren't down. Ungodly amounts of gold. Oh, flash out, but Pulve. Goodbye, light. Seeing grey now. Some decent damage on the setup. Does fall down. Hang on. Xiaohu is only turning up now. The Strangled Thorns, though. A brutal one, except flashing away. The Arcade's Doom is really annoying as Breathe. Gets knocked up. Feather keeps ZD Carry alive. And Tien is trading up with Hoya, who says, yeah, you're not going anywhere, mate. Impale comes on down, but he's stuck in the Dominus still. And that's the game, folks. Thundertalk Gaming find a third series win. Weibo, the consistency continues in how inconsistent they are. A bullet time, some celebration. They've lost Beishuan, but they won't lose to Weibo. Hey, amazing. TES better draft, but JDG have Nico. Very true. Nico is always a bit of a wink-up. JDG Skybox. Where's the crowd leader?
到英雄联盟。
The lungs on that man. That is wild. Not bad from top esports either, to be fair. Both leaders doing well there. This is very good cheese on toast. I have to admit. Truly a masterclass in chant. Like, don't get me wrong, Limbani. I get that obviously everyone does the same chant. However, I think there is something about it that's like very distinct to the league that I think is really cool. And I will also say that there's something about like the out-of-game fan community in terms of like the merch that fans make to give away and the fan cards and the flags and everything else. That is so cool that like you just don't get in another league to the same level. Nico with the early lane control. Shouldn't be a surprise. Helps manage it for Kai'Sa. Nice hook. Missing now in danger. Backs away. Ignited. Kanavi looking for an early gank, potentially bot. Kanavi playing around bot early. Say it ain't so. He's flashed into the Dragon Pit, by the way, to avoid the wards. They don't know he's there. Shield Bolt onto base, who's immediately slowed. Flashes, still gets stretched line, pays. He's going to get palled. Shun is around, but I don't think he can stop the 3 people coming forward. When's the next hook? When's the next Shield Bolt? Cannot be long. 2 seconds. 1. In. Onto Shun. Not onto Pays. Dredge line after. Good chunk. They can't finish Pays. So many summoners blown, though. Three camps, flash over Dragon Pit, gank bot. Kanavi might go. Shun should get the Scuttle Crab, and they've got to be a bit aware that Shun could still be around. There's a gank option bot side, but Jackie and Chris back away. Happy enough.
世界喷薄而出。
Chris delaying his reset there. Kanavi, what a path. Flash on forwards, missing left low. Shun's on the Raptor respawn. Kanavi down up. Shun needs to be a bit wary here, actually. Still, Kanavi's pathing has cost him camps. That could be significant. Just because he only got the 1 kill bot. There's a well, but Kanavi gets double scuttled here. He has to be a bit careful. Needs to go get that Scuttle Crab and then get blue buff and then probably reverse clear down would be my imagination. MSI and Canada's here and don't have money to go. Oh, that's unfortunate, crap him. Mid lane, Cream might be in danger here. Scout goes between walls, but Pantheon now coming on over. Flash blown by Cream. Top side though, Pays. Still doesn't have flash. In comes the ult from the side on the lane gank. Is gorgeous! Missing, healed. One last auto would do it. Kanavi throws a spear and they get the kill. Thorn gets some play spot. Can 369 interrupt this? Oh, not quite. Jackie and Nort reset. Look to go to bot. .369 decimates the wave. We'll walk in between them and Soul Furnace it. Kanavi nabs the red buff. Resets. Can look to clear down towards bot lane. Where is bot lane are again? Goldley's not that excessive yet. However, the early pressure is a bit obnoxious. Call of the Forge God, bot side now in danger. Jackie flashes away, and that means the Call of the Forge God goes wide, stays alive, turns around the chains of corruption. Shun now in danger, but the Crescent Guard just wide enough. Things get interesting. Jackie now in danger, turning around for hook after Arla flashes. Blooming Blow's not quite enough, and the Tangle Barb's just wide. 3 flashes for 1. Not bad for top esports. Of course, Jackie down his flash is important. Kanavi has 6, though. I don't know whether you can do this dragon, JDG. I don't know whether you can be here at all. That's Dragon. Good survival by the bot lane of Jackie and Crisp, who have been notoriously bad at surviving plays like that. One major criticisms of them internationally. Incredible disrespect of the minimap. Are we calling on a ward? I don't think Scout will be there in time to interrupt them. Navi back to even largely in the farm. Still a few more camps of the Shins out of picks. That will change again, but hey. I think Kanavi's very happy with this start to the game. Auto. Hail of arrows. Nicely done. Picks up the minions under the turret. Crisp looking surprisingly crisp on the Nautilus, a champion he's sometimes been known to overplay on a little bit. Good route onto Arla, who doesn't have the Call of the Forge God back yet. Doesn't have the Bellows Breath to immune a lot of the CCs. Are down about 10% already. Call of the Forge God in 8 seconds. Arrow lands again. And the Comet. Call of the Forge God up and available. Crisp nearly at level 6 here. Lands it. Root. Can he just keep walking at this? It's close. When's the next dredge line? 3 seconds. But that means the Ornn has to reset. No ult. No, well, rather, no TP. So we know he's weak with contestants. Crisp still not quite level 6. It's a bit dicey here as Missing does have Pot Blossom. Jackie in danger but no flash. I think they could be in trouble here. Yeah, unfortunate top esports. Crisp finally not at 6 still. Turn it around onto Missing. Pay's now in danger. The Arcane Storms come on forwards. Grand Starfall onto Shun. And he's dead as well. Kill off Jackie, love. But it's in the price of 2. Scout finally turns back up towards this top side. Cream chunking out well here. I've seen the Victor v Aurora matchup a little bit, and it does feel like Victor tends to just have better ability to poke. Using that Siphon power in particular gets really annoying. We're just short enough range to be at constant threat of the Hextech Ray. Every time you go for those Q trades on the Aurora with the 2-fold Hex, you get Q'd in turn. Hook then onto Missing's clone. That's the replay. Went for that play topside, and Jackie came to join. But the thing is, Crisp still at level 5, but he was a lot less threatening than he would be with 6. Grand Starfall, though, meant Shun got wrecked on the extraction. $20 CS leader, so mid, 10 bot. Bit top as well. Good gold lead right now for top esports. It's in good locations. This Pantheon is real scary right now. Bot side, Cream chunked out as 2 people were waiting for him. Between worlds, wall used to get scouting range. Missing ends up picking it up a little annoyingly for them, but hey, nice little roam down bot. Flash required, but the job done. JDG do need to keep looking for plays like that if they want to come back into this game. Mid lane. Both AD carries clearing up the waves. Jackie doesn't want to overstep here. So let's drop a little bit of the wave. Afraid of people like Shun turning up. Dragons up. Top esports head towards it. Top side, our tanks be tanking. What riveting gameplay. Cream gets that one. Gravity field comes on down. Across the veil goes Scout. Caught on the gravity field still. TP's now coming. Crisp took a turret shot there. Has to pull himself away. TP now in trade. Probably put Kanavi in a tricky spot. Pays is coming as well. I think Crisp needs to be really careful here. They know where Pays is. Jackie can't walk into that bush, surely. Yeah. That's actually going to give mid-prio over to JDG. Slightly awkward there. Tried to punish Scout, caught under the tower. He TP out. Not that much more. Your wave lost to mid as a result. Bit frustrating for Jackie. I'll be roaming for that. Evens up the CS discrepancy at least there between the AD carries. Top side though, Grub's burned. Scout didn't want to TP up. That should be top turret. The way of Cream. It's the Hextech Ray. Drops aggro. Turret secured. Wave dropped. Nice work from top esports who find themselves with defeat to strength now, having claimed all 3 objectives before that anyway, so I take it back. They've had it for a while. Minor saw the turret going down as well. Good for them. To Herald we go. Top esports. Debating the contest here. Cream. That top side, looking to see if they can find an angle in. Throws out a Hextech Ray. Doesn't really land it onto anyone. Crisp. A little low. Can look for the hook. Does land it into the depth charge after flash on out of the pot blossom. Scout's gone! They've gotten the Heralds, but everyone else has to run. Back of the pit. Shun. Trying to get on out. Interrupted. Forced to flash for both of them. Herald secured. But key flash is being blown. And they get Scout. Who picked up the kill? It was Cream, wasn't it? Nice. Dragon in 2.5 minutes and Pays. And Shun will not have flash for that fight. Fight over the blue buff now. Resets had to come on through. Still no Scout. Knock up onto the Scion, who does not really care. 3-man decimating strike. Of course, one of those was a clone, so I over-exaggerate a little bit. Scouts TP'd in, look for the play. Goes between worlds. Kanavi in danger. Can look to put up his Aegis Assault. Won't quite do it yet and dies. That's a shutdown going the way of the Aurora. 369 ults away to safety. Go! He yells as he flees into the distance. Brave Scion ran away. Nice TP in from Scout there. A good shutdown going his way. Scion F this, I'm out. Very much so. See ya, nerds. Proceeded to drive into the distance. the hook into the flash on out. Looked really good. The flashes after this were pretty good. They saw the two people trying to back in the back of the pit. Hextech, Ray forced the double flash. Nice. As we said. Tight enough game right now, though I think Top Esports quite happily in the lead for now. Jumping on to Missing, who's going to pop Blossom here on a Cream. Missing dies. Can maybe look to jump onto Cream, who does get burned out. That's big. Look, turn this around, call the Forge God onto Kanavi. Hook, though. Turn around onto the Orn, who's knocked up. Surely goes down to 1-for-1. Jungler dead. 3v3 fight now commencing. Jackie Love looking for an angle. Pays low as the Soul Furnace shield came on down. Smite available for JDG, not for Top Esports. Haze is low, though. Ult in 10 seconds makes him a bit more threatening again. $10 seconds on Dragon. Cream has TP. We can go again. Kanavi's got Grand Starfall as well. He can rejoin a lot faster. TP in from Cream. Missing back in the bush. No ult, of course. 369 bot side gets the wave shoved. Can look for that turret. Gold lead stuck at about this 2,000 mark now for the last 5 minutes or so. JDG have done a decent job of preventing Top Esports from fully snowballing. Of course, one of the issues they're going to run into is if they give up Soul Point, it gets harder again. Jackie's reset. What did he get from that? Can't quite see, actually. Might have been another Dirk. Dragon started. Kanavi has not burned his ultimate. He's got to walk over here. Sound now roaming up the river. Ult back up for him. Chaos Storm. Or I suppose Arcane Storm with the rework. Now up and available as well. Scout. Trading out to 369, who just puts on a shield and does not care. Kanavi on the Scuttle Crab. There are some wards here in the river right now for JDG. Oh, missed his cue. Scuttle Crab notoriously good dive. Dodgers. Then comes the Pop Blossom and the call of the Forge God. They blow up two. Turn it back around onto the Nico, but it's too little too late. What a combo from JDG. Did not properly contest vision. Waited too long, and the ults come right back up again. Now this Aurora's at 5, 1, and 3, and the Dark Seal is fully stacked. Hoping we get a replay there, because I think JDG or Top Esports weren't respecting the fact that the ult timers would be back up and available. We just fought here. We can do this again. They could not. So Cream and Crisp fighting for vision. Pop Blossom into Call of the Forge God, into Between Worlds. And you have a lot of very dead people. Mid turret, now under threat. .369 comes over and whacks a turret. Whack it some more. Oh! Does. Top Esports still in an okay position this game, but what should have been a clean snowball was not. Scout forced to ult against this very tonky Scion. He's up 1,000 gold, by the way. The Cream's earlier lead has been mitigated now, as the book is indeed bought by Scout. Second item done, importantly for Pays. Despite a nominal gold lead to Jackie Love, still doesn't have that second item. Stopped off on Tier and Tunnel. That didn't go anywhere near a completed Muramana. So quite a couple different items here. I wonder what the second item actually be for Jackie Love. Might be something like Edge of Night, actually, to manage all of the things like calls of said Forge Gods and Missing Pop Blossoms and those kind of things. Kanavi gonna try and jump onto Shun. Got a Crescent Guard to work with. Teleport coming on in. Jackie Love now in danger. Flashes away. Looking to try and get away as Missing. Looking for the Pop Blossom engage. Can't quite get in on top of it. Shun still low. Tries to audaciously charge forward. Kanavi gets it. Throws at the Aegis Assault. Gets another heal. Turn around into Arla. Crisp looking for an angle. The Scout has to run as well. Arla will surely burn out here. The Bellows breath runs out of steam. And Missing getting interrupted as he looked to Pop Blossom on top of Jackie Love. I think that was Crisp who pulled that one off. Important. Mid lane tier 1 falls. Atakan is up. And top esports have a 2-man advantage. Atakan secured. Turret finally claimed by JDG. Missing. Gonna interrupt some backs. Does that change all that much? Not really. Mid lane tier 1's fallen. Let's have a look at this. Kanavi just says, cool, we're starting. Jumps onto Shum. Flash out over the dredge line. Jackie then flashes in turn. And then Crisp with the staggering blows denies the Pop Blossom. Really important that. Pace then can't get past 369. Chris goes flashing to look for Scout, can't quite find it, but Arla is left out in a 4v1 and does not enjoy the experience. Seek is now in for Cream. 2 items done for Kanavi as well. So, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. I think we've got another fight coming up, people. Hope you're ready. I'm not sure I am. Alright, in completion. Second item was done for Shun. So should be on a relatively even keel here coming into the fight. Missing. I don't know whether he needed to rocket belt there. Quite sure he thought he was dodging. Here goes the call of the Forge God. Jackie in danger, but avoids a lot of it. Still has the shield to work with. Missing dead. Now Arla's in danger. Searing charge away, but there's a depth charge still following, and he has no more safety. 369 looking for pace, couldn't quite find it, but it keeps him away from any potential turnaround. Top and support missing. See the pun in that one. 1, 6, and 7. Missing really struggled to find some valuable. Hey, Grumpy, thank you for the gift sub. Welcome to the community, 88 pies. Soul point secured by Top Esports. Hey, JDG Scout is best. Good to see you. How are you feeling right now? He's doing pretty well in fairness, your boy. Jumped onto Jackie Love. How did that one happen? Unfortunate death there. TES, we're setting up vision around Baron. Great catch. Now Baron is looking like JDG's. Have to play a 4v5. Forge God called. Arlet finds the reactivation across 3. Still looking to turn around because lands the Dread Type, but where's the damage? In comes the Pot Blossom. Pace comes flying on in as well. Kanavi tries to get a kill. 369 still damn tanky. Kanavi mows in as well. And oh my god, 369, that Soul Furnace pot. In a 4v5, the Scion is still king. What's in your head? It's a zombie. The Cranberries had it right. JDG might be needing a stiff drink like vodka to go with it.
Blue team has scored an ace.
Because that one sucked. They'd done all the hard work. It's a 5v4. And Simon just murders the AD carry. In they go. It's a 3-man knockup. It looks fantastic. And then 369 does not die. Kanavi's also really scary. And Shun has his Crescent Guard run out, stuck in an Arcane Storm, and Kanavi just jumps on him. Enjoy the Grand Starfall. Flash, the Shield Bolt still through. Arla then turns around, but to no avail, and it is a full ace. Baron is there as well, and Kanavi with the 6k Pantheon team fight. Not bad going from the one-man army. Cream bot side clears up the tier 2. On the other side, Scout will at least drop something there. Problem is the base is in shambles. Mid lane, turret number 1 falls, inhibitor now into siege. Turret number 2, the bot lane now out as well, and both inhibitors will be falling pretty much simultaneously here. Engage onto Scout. He's just dead. How'd you end up there alone, Scout? Grand Starfall collapse. Kraken Slayer is upgraded. Used to once be called Wormfall and Sacrifice. Phase. Need to run away quite fast on that. He's got an arm guard and a terminus and still can't stay safe. Final inhibitor falls. Arla drunk down like his namesake. Between the vodka and the ale, they might be needing a little bit more. Because they're feeling they're hungover at this point. Pays Killer Instinct in. But it was a desperation play at last. And at the last, there is nothing more that Jing Dong Gaming can do. Top Esports claim game 1. On the whole, they had control of this game. A few moments from JDG that made us question, made us doubt. The top jungle proved 2 protection for your backline. Okay. Shun special. We're going towards the Kindred. So, you play through mid-bot as this Kindred. You try and fist fight early. If you can get to 1 item, you can start keeping people alive between Bailout and Lamb's Respite. The burst combo of top esports gets a lot harder in team fights. If it's skirmishes, if it's lane prio, if it's 1v1s, Top esports are pretty solid here. There's the Karma. So you should have lane prio pretty much everywhere, or at least be able to fight for it. And that sets up Kanavi on the Nidalee to do a lot of work. I don't know how easy it's going to be for Shun to get value in the early game in terms of stacking marks early. But if you do get to team fights between the Azir and Bailout and Kindred, it's pretty nice. And you got a Kalista Renata to at least play through bot at least a little bit. Got a prio lane. The early game. Life is hard. Let's up the volume. This is the loudest people in esports. Woo!
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。 全军出击！
Nothing super crazy early here. Ward on the Raptors. Make sure that Kanavi will be a known quantity when he paths that way. Not going to be playing towards the Renekton early. Likely want to be around that bot side. What's the 2 most popular champs for each role in China right now? Including champions on the ban list. So you don't see them very much. I think... Oh... Talia... And... maybe Yone mid. We could make an argument, ironically, for something like Rise, which people have been really spamming as well. Good early poke here into this bot side. Bot lane. Varus is always on the ban table, and Varus is very potent. Probably something like the Ezreal, or maybe the Kai'Sa. Both very popular. Good chunk. Of course, Kalista here, Ezreal here, both very popular too. And then you're looking top lane, Rumble Gwen, always banned. Those 2 champions. Jungle. Neferi Vi, although Pantheon has been rising up in priority and the Xin Zhao's also been really strong. It'll be 2 of those 4 in some capacity. Support Nico, permanently banned. And then an engage option, probably Rel. Probably Rel has been the premier engage option. Something like that. Navi fighting over the Scuttle Crab in mid lane. Shun might look at Cream here, especially oversteps. They're nice because he knows his jungle's on the other side. Thought he was safe hovering that way, was not. Can't quite get the damage. Flash in the mid lane. Shun wants to wait to let that Scuttle Crab mark spawn on the other side. Kanavi now bot side. Looking to dive here. Missing, throws out the loyalty program. Mystic shot lands. Javelin toss lands. Mystic shot again. They keep playing with the turret aggro. Heal now forced. Jackie in danger. Heal in trade. There's the barrier. Good kill. Renata down. Pay's left alone. Shun's not coming. Essence Flux hits the turret. Flash away from the turret aggro. Kanavi looking for the kill. Pay's just about survives. Takes one with him, but it's still a 2-for-1. Every summoner blown, but missing's flash by the bot laners there. Kanavi held on to his. Cream eating a lot of damage mid. Of course, had his flash blown earlier. So not exactly the most fun for the Yone right now, of course. Has Doran's shield. And fleet footwork. So have some ways of coming back into a little bit more HP, but that kind of damage there is going to really sting. Shun's work early has really cost Cream here. Oh, that TP kind of sucked for him in back in. Crisp's now over here alongside Missing. Where is Kanavi? Don't think they have any real ability to fight over these Raptors. Scout on this is it. Up 10 odd CS. See how much Cream can pick up from this. Primal Surge on the Cream helps bring him to a bit better HP. I think it's an interesting question considering the new Fearless format. That's super fair. I think sometimes it's combos, right? Because like Vi, okay, Ambassador's going up in priority. Rise, ooh. Suddenly we can think about Yorick a bit more freely. Talia, Pantheon works super well with that. Yone, Sejuani suddenly gets more valuable. Ezreal, let's get the Karma in. Get fight for priority. And in fairness to Jackie and Chris, they've been manhandling Pays and Missing in this laning phase 2 games in a row. But you're right, it is a super interesting conversation, Cody. Engage in mid lane. Fate Seal back on out. Cream. Nice buffer. He was Empress divided there. Does step back forwards back into the soldiers though. Really want to fight for that wave and can't. He's got a refillable and second wind and fleet footwork and all those things that will help give him a bit more sustain. They don't take into account champions already banned by Fearless. Really? That's annoying. Scout hit by that javelin toss. Oh, now that makes that mid lane a bit more interesting. Walking across the control ward there. Bot side, Arla low. They've switched the Kalista Renata out of it. But Jackie and Crisp are happy to say, cool, in that case we'll play for plates. Grub spawning soonish, 35 seconds. Blue shot barrage across Arla. You may need to reset here. Top esports may not want to contest for Grubs and just say, look, just keep this lane prio up as long as we can. Keep the pressure on. Be as annoying to this Cassandra as we can be. They're now resetting. Cream lands a good combo. And one javelin toss. Really gave a lot more control back to Cream. Only Marksters shouldn't have just the one right now, so not exactly steamrolling through those camps. Finding those ganks as yet. Shouldn't. Oh, hang on, needs to be really careful. Sped up. That allows Cream to keep running at him with the Unbound Soul. Spirit Cleave pulls back. Shun down. Oh, my days. Just about dodged that javelin toss. Control ward over the wall. Handshake back onto Kanavi. Shun at half HP. Needs to be a bit wary here. Of course, with the Wolf's Frenzy autos. She would have healed up a little bit here. Not loads and loads of healing, though. Kanavi still coming on over. Does want to fight this still a little bit. Jackie now roaming down. Chris potentially in danger. Looking for the focused resolve. Missing. Forced to heal. TP in. Cream chunks Scout out, but it's chunked in turn. 2 grubs for JDG. Only the 1 for Kanavi, and they burn a TP for it. Arla doesn't TP on the other side. Slow early game right now. Gonna invade into the jungle here. Nab away a camp. You alright, Mecha? What's going on? At least I provided a link. It's true. Yeah, that's a YouTube link to something. What were you linking in YouTube, Mecha? I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the game. I'm not gonna lie. Almost like that's my job. Mecha Kha'Zix, that's true. I feel like Mecha Fanboy is like obligated to only play Mecha skins in League of Legends. He's not allowed to play any other skin. The Onivia stream. Copy that. Giga Chat Cliplet Kanavi playing Nidalee rather than Sejuani. Even with perfect solo lanes for Sejuani, I know. Because you got Prio, you can look to be really aggressive with it. You get a Geese bot dive off with it. Of course, Kanavi, famous for his Nidalee and Kindred. Much the same way as Shun is. I'll argue his Lilia is included in that when Kanavi was first making a name for himself. And there's the engage. Chris flashes on out, but still goes down. Pays gets that one. Nice play in mid lane. Is it a mark for Kindred? No, it was not. Bit annoying. Game remains a little slow at this point after that pick in mid. Dragon initially went over to top esports. Next one is spawning in 2.5 minutes. JDG shoving up to get this top tier 1 if they can. TP in. Looks like it'll be from Cream, who can't just walk over, realizes. Should. I say just about to get that third plate, but can't. Soul Bound. Looks to get on top of missing, throws out a fair number of autos and gets half the HP of the Renata. 369 on the other side gets demolished proc. It's likely going to be a 4th plate. There's that plate. A bit of a fight now in the enemy jungle as the Mountain Dread starts on Kanavi. Good javelin toss though. And successful smite away from Kanavi. Starting to take ahead of this Kindred. It can happen. Kindred not always the best farmer, interesting, until she gets a couple items. Good skirmisher early. Good invader early. All out. Q3 just wide. 369. End up taking a lot of damage there in a way I don't think he was necessarily expecting. Quite sure how that all started, and of course Arla still has his all out. So he needs to be a bit wary as 369. Clears out the way. Needs to be a bit aware as the soldiers come flying back on forwards to the location of the soul. Why have I got Morse code in my champ from Grumpy? Why are we talking in Morse code? What are you hiding from me? I wonder what the highest win rate and play rate pairings are for top champions. The teams with the best analysts both sneak into worlds by having creative drafts often. I think especially for the LPL where the gauntlet is often really, really obscene. Can see how that could be problematically difficult. There's the fate sealed. Alongside that hostile takeover, heal from missing. Crit's gonna die. In goes Kanavi, but there's still the Landra Spite. Jackie now in danger. Hops over the wall. The health bars from JDG really low, though. Just the one kill onto Crisp. That is the feats of martial mastery there. Not full feats. Shun, second mark. Can get a third here off the Scuttle Crab. Turn back onto the dragon. Turret likely going to be claimed by Top Esports on the other side. .369 trying to clear out this wave. Flashes back under his own turret. Shun now coming on over. But there is Crisp, so not as easy to dive anymore. Dominus about to time out. Still has a powered ability or two available to the name. Probably need to back away. True Shot Barrage tunks out a few people. Jackie was around. Still going to have to give that one up. Herald happening on the other side. Fight for the full set of objectives now is the name of the game. Still a gold lead here to Top Esports. Not hugely so, but it is there. Gonna look to shove through mid very fast. With the immediate Herald drop mid lane. Resets being what they are for JDG. That turret is gone. Onivia have about 20 CS. Feels pretty good here. Kanavi. In danger. Does manage to get that blue buff. Gonna try and invade here onto the Gromp. It's not got a mark on it, unfortunately, for the Kindred. Maybe looking to fight this regardless. Napped away for Kanavi. Early smite from Shun. Hang on. They're going to try and look for this. Mystic Shot goes wide, but the Essence Flux lands. That's going to be the Fate's Call coming on in. TP from the side of Yone. Failed invade. Lose both camps they were looking for. And get the Fate's Call. TP from Cream down bot sides. They're invading their own now. Kala's coming on over. Red buff. True Shot Barrage. Ooh, that was close. Arla now looking for a Pathmaker. Can't find her. That turret will fall. And now Arla's in danger. May need to go all out here just this once. The Q3 doesn't really get that much value. Damage keeps coming on through. Mortal Steel on top. Pays now bot save. Fate sealed away. Damage onto Kanavi, he's been marked. Jackie. Having a bit of a gander there. Gonna try and find Missing. Flash is over. TP's going in. Flash on forward from Crisp. Missing's dead. Nice. Renekton gets that one. Arla's nowhere near. Had TP, didn't want to burn it. Counter invade now possible. Crisp coming behind. Shun needs to be wary. Does Crisp want to play this aggressively? Had to smite the blue buff. Especially as the Soul Flare landed. Towards mid lane we go. Can look to siege on the tier 2. Shun forced to back out awkwardly. Can't quite get the turret, but 3/4 of it's not bad. Kanavi nabs the Raptors on the way out. 1200 gold lead between the junglers now. Oh, Shun's Kindred just hasn't found its mark, quite literally. And this Nidalee continues to get very scary. Crisp waiting over here with that ward. Proved very dangerous. The problem is, for JDG, still not quite there with this Callista. And their engage tools aren't the best. disengage is solid. Engage is okay, but it requires throwing the Renata in. It requires a flank from the Cassante. It requires Azir going for a full WEQ shuffle kind of angle. Jackie attacked is fine. Scout though, forcing his way into the river with the squad. JDG a little bit better when people are coming into them. Get value out of the bailout, the Lamb's Respite, Empress Divide out. It's good that they are in the river first. The problem is they are into Ezreal Nidalee with enough gold to be poke bots. Oh my god, he's dead! And now Cream! Flash with the Q. Fate sealed on 2. Looking for more. Can't quite find the angle he was hoping for. Oh, that was close from Cream. Yeah, Kanavi's scary right now. It's not the Shidely. Which is all about the annoyance, the autos. Q's very inconsequential in many ways, but on to Atacam we go. How aggressively do JDG want to play around this? Missing's back out on the map, but this is going down pretty fast. Shun doesn't have flash. It might be a one-way trip in here. Oh, Smite fight! He steals it! Fate sealed, not used, still off cooldown. Important. Does it change things in the grand scheme? I think it's probably not. But a nice nab away. Top Esports got a little too greedy there. An important steal from Shun. Baron's still going to take a couple minutes to come up. Gold lead is good for Top Esports at this point. Issue is, of course, a lot of it is in the Nidalee. Nidalee notoriously falls off a little bit. It's actually stopped off on her way towards Zhonya's to pick up the Hextech Alternator. If you can get a Shadow Flame next, poke becomes really obnoxious because you still do outrange her, especially with the Kindred caught at 3 marks. That's the 4th on this Scuttle Crab. Finally there. It's a bit behind curve. Do you think Nidalee smells pretty bad? Don't answer that. Ocean Salts, what are you typing in chat? Trinity Force now done for the Kindred as well. Which is an important breakpoint. Nidalee, not going to be miles of a Shadow Flame here. I think it's 900 gold completion. Cream looking at Arla. With the Blade of the Rune King and the Immortal Shield Bow. Doesn't really care all that much about the Cassante right now. Not really been a factor this game yet as the Cassante. Hang on, Kanavi! Hostile takeover, he's dead, surely. No, wait, Chris with the heal and the shields. Primal Surge comes on through. Fate's Call onto 369. He's got a load of spears stuck in him. Currently, they're all plugged, not pulled out, so he's not leaking or anything. Kanavi went for the assassination, couldn't quite get it, missing. with a really good hostile takeover. Denied a lot of that play. What did it cost? Ultimates, basically. Yeah, he tried to jump onto missing here. Javelin toss. Yeah, handshake, hostile takeover. Tried to flash out of the hostile takeover and failed it. Turret does go down mid lane finally. Bot side, Cream is winning this quite handily now. Combined to Soul. Q3 comes on through, but Cream swift enough with the E press to not get too threatened as Shun. And missing being poked. Karma alongside this Nidalee and Ezreal, so threatening as they keep doing that. That's the Mikhail's down to avoid the stun from Crisp on that focused resolve. Tier 2 falls mid lane. Oppressive from top esports. There is no one, if the Cassante is there, who can deal with the poke. To Baron we go. Having to play DDR out here. Dodge, dodge, revolution. And the Baron's gone. They've shoved through mid. They're going to try and get a tier 2 off this. That should be that tier 2 mid. Sundisk comes up. Well, fight now commences. Dragon's just spawned. Fate Seal flashed away from. Important. K stays alive. Cream in danger. Shoved back. Kanavi goes golden. I think Cream is dead. Hostile takeover does hit Kanavi. Now he's in danger. They got the Baron, but they've lost 2. 2-shot barrage. Doesn't really tag anyone. Really important flash from Pays and missing and Scout. Fate Seal just doesn't land. That'll be Dragon. Let's have a look at that replay again. Shadow Flame done for Kanavi. So they came over to contest this. They wanted to play for Soul Point. Didn't have the vision for it. 369 was the designated face check. And then Kanavi or Cream went looking. Couldn't land it on into anyone valuable. And then gets caught here. Tries to flash on out. Scout messes him up. Really good pullback as he went to try and Q through. Kanavi split off the hostile takeover. Very good from missing. He's one of his best champions, the Renata. Of course, they do still have the Baron, but it has been very, very mitigated. It's a negative Baron power play because of the shutdowns they gave over. Oops. Cream not at Infinity Edge yet. The Azir is getting scary. Back away from Cream. Shove onto 369. Has his Sterak's pop, but can slice away. Scout, I don't think has his E cooldown quite yet. 2 seconds on that, so Dominus for ultimate. Being Emperor's Divide. It's looking pretty good for top esports, and then that fumbled Dragon power, or Dragon contest rather, really mitigated the Baron. Lose gold on it. Oof. Three and a half item Ezreal, continuing to be very annoying. Baron, 2 minutes. Dragon, 2 minutes. Both of these going to be very important objectives. 2 dragons apiece. No one got soul point. Why top esports were so adamant about contesting. Bot side Arla having increasingly less fun against this Yone. Big lines of wards right now for top esports down the middle of the map. See it. Right here, basically. 1 ward. Whoops. 1 ward, 2 ward. 3rd there. That big line is really important. That control ward there, it's a bit obnoxious. But I want to clear that out soon enough. It's giving a sort of false sense of security right now to JDG. Resets will start coming on through in the next 20 seconds or so for various members. Infinity Edge now done for Cream. Big moment for him. I want to see Milky Way and BLG. I think they're happy enough with Beige One. I think Beige One's pretty good, and I think Milky Way's had a rough year. I feel like we might see Milky Way end up somewhere like Thunder Talk. Of course, Xiao Huangren has been a very hyped player for a long time and never really got to show his LPL. But we don't know whether they want to stick with him. Teleports. Is that going to be an attempt on 369? Arla's there. Where is Cream? Not here. Yeah, 369 trying his best. He's in a 1v2. Scout needs to be really afraid. 369 flashes out to safety. TP blown for Flash. Dominus down. Empress Divide down. 369 is back to full. He has the Honey Fruit to work with. Dragon's up. Baron's up. 369. Gonna chunk out Arla here. Needs to be a bit afraid here. There's his Flux. Actually, at this point, the Ezreal does a lot of damage. Hops on forward. He's gone too deep. Oh, Arla. That's a mistake. He was asked to face it, but the rest of his team wasn't there. He wanted to scout whether the Baron was happening, so his team could go do Dragon. That was not allowed. Baron, top esports now. Do they go? I mean, Dragon's gone on the other side, so it will be soul point. Sean's gone over the wall here. We'll queue back over. 2.5 items. It's going towards the Black Cleaver next. Late game at this point. 4 items beginning to come on through various member. The Ezreal nearly going towards a 5th. True shot barrage. Footwork shield to avoid it. 7 marks for Shun. That is important. Second breakpoint in the range allows him to play a bit more freely. Some of these quite scary melee solo laners in particular. Supposed to be wary of the Nidalee and the Ezreal poke, but doesn't have to play quite as reserved as he once did. Bit of an engage happening. Shun in danger. Not the most from this Baron, was it? Got some tier 2s. On the other side, 369 dragged all out. We're going to heal himself up. Slices, dices, is in danger. Starex comes across. Gonna get him killed. Turn around and the fate sealed. Lamb's respite buys time. Is it enough? Cream calls back. Trying to turn it around. Jackie Love free firing though. They're all so low and Jackie can just pop them all. Pace's GA is gone. Kanavi hopping on forward. And Jackie and Kanavi have the health bars and the range. You threatened everyone but the long-range carries. Fate Seal gathered them all up. The Lamb's respite was just that, a brief respite. It is not a true moment of savior. Oh, they're going to try and clear the wave into 3 people, though. At this point in the game, he's just not tanky enough. Disintegrates in force. In front of the force, rather, of Top Esports, who make it a 2-0 JDG. They fought, they toiled, they struggled. But a second Baron does its work. And the early game power